better lives. Good morning from Amity University. This is Dr. Rashmi. I welcome you all to the International Conference on Diversity, Equity, Inclusion and Belonging, DEIB 2024, being hosted by Amity University in London. This is our fifth international conference. This conference is supported by Wiley. This conference envisions an education system that is rooted in the Indian as well as global ethos and thereby focuses on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. So let's together create a world that is inclusive in nature. I also welcome all of you to the workshop on wireless sensors and IoT AI-based startups sponsored by IEEE Sensors Council. To begin the ceremony, I would request Dr. Luminita, Principal Amity University, London, to present the welcome address. Dr. Luminita leads Amity University in London as the principal. She is an acclaimed academician and a thoughtful leader. She believes in nurturing young minds by providing them with excellent opportunities to learn and grow. Put your hands together for Dr. Luminita.
Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and colleagues and students and friends. It is with a great honor and privilege that I welcome you today at our IEEE conference on equality, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. And of course, this conference wouldn't be possible with the incredible contribution of my colleagues from India office, which put a lot of work in making this event possible and giving us the opportunity to explore so critical issue as diversity and equality and belonging, which are shaping the future society. I also want to express my deep gratitude to Dr. Karina Singh for his tireless work to create opportunities like that to all of us, students, academic staff, all members of Amity family. As we are gathered today here, I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to the incredible contribution to our founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, and the chairperson, Dr. Amita Chauhan. Through their contribution and strong belief in these principles, Amity actually evolved to a global leader in education and innovation. Their foresight and dedication have paved the way today for us to come here and explore all of this issue which are shaping our society. I would like also to express my deepest gratitude to our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan. His strategic vision and innovative spirit have propelled Amity to the forehand of education landscape. Under his leadership, Amity actually becomes synonymous with excellence, diversity, and relentless pursuit of progress. His unwavering dedication to fostering an inclusive and dynamic environment has truly set Amity as the most innovative education group in the world. The Chancellor's exceptional foresight and transformative leadership have not only elevated Amity to unprecedented highlights, but also paved our way for a future where equality and diversity and education is a powerful catalyst for future change. The Chancellor's exceptional foresight and transformative leadership have now reached to unprecedented heights, which actually provide the next generation the possibility to fulfill their potential in an environment which is behind traditional academia. As we gather here today, united in our shared commitment to the transformative power of education and learning, we stand in awe of the Chancellor's remarkable achievements and the undoubtable mark they have left on Amity Group, but not only on the world at large. It is with the deepest gratitude and profound respect that we honor the Chancellor's visionary leadership and his unwavering dedication in shaping a future where education is the cornerstone of a more equitable, diverse, and prosperous world. In a world that actually evolved very fast, equality, diversity, and inclusion and belonging have been most crucial. These are the cornerstones upon which we can build a future that is inclusive and provide every individual with the power to actually fulfill its own potential, regardless of his background, characteristics, or circumstances. As we embark in this conference today, I urge every one of you to engage deeply with the discussion, to share your thoughts, your idea, and of course to collaborate innovative solution that can lead to a meaningful change. Together, we have the power to shape a new world where diversity is celebrated, where equality is a norm, and where a profound, immense sense of belonging penetrates every aspect of our life. Let us use this platform to actually inspire each other, to challenge the status quo, to forge a way for more justable, diverse, inclusive society. I am confident that with the collective wisdom of this gathering, we can actually let a mark on the world. Enjoy the conference. Thank you for coming today, and hopefully you will have a very challenging time during the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Domenica, for your kind words. One person who is the champion of the hearts of millions of students. He is a renowned scholar, a great academician in the area of international business, who is known globally, is none other than our own Group Vice Chancellor, Amity University's Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh. Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, Group Vice Chancellor, Amity Universities, Director General, Amity Group of Institutions, and Vice Chairman, Global Foundation for Learning Excellence. He has an extensive experience of more than 28 years in institution building, teaching, research, and consulting. He holds a prestigious doctorate in the area of international business, along with a postgraduate degree from the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, where he illustriously taught with 7 merits. He holds the distinction of being the youngest founder, pro vice chancellor of Amity University for 2 terms, the founder director general of Amity International Business School, and the founder CEO of Association of International Business School, London. He has been instrumental in establishing various campuses abroad, including at London, USA, Singapore, Mauritius, Australia, Tashkent, and other parts of the world. He has spoken at various international forums, which includes prestigious $1 million roundtable conference at Harvard Business School, New York University, Massachusetts University Institute of Technology, RMIT, NTU, NTHU, Taiwan, many more. So he has received more than 25 international and national awards. He is a mesmerizing orator and has the rare ability of touching the human soul. A writer, professor, mentor, guide, distinguished academician, a top class trainer, and international business expert. Put your hands together for Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of our founder, Dr. Chauhan, who is watching you live from India, our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, whose roots are in UK. He's a total doctorate in School of Economics, and after having spent many years in UK, came back to India to create an international group called MIT. MIT is today having 12 universities in India, 16 foreign campuses. So on behalf of all the vice chancellors of MIT Group, all universities, we have got 27 director generals across the globe, all campuses. On my own behalf, as a group vice chancellor, it's my privilege to welcome you. As they often say that there are two kinds of people in the world. One are known as basement people, the other are known as balcony people. There are two researchers at Harvard, Smith and Thomas, who have done this research, and they say that lucky are those who are in the company of those who are the basement people, who are the balcony people. The basement people are those who will always complain, who will always ask you questions, who will always say that life is not worth. They will settle with the few things which may not be good for the humankind. But then there are balcony people who will always encourage you, who will say that well, good things are going to come to your way. Life is going to be very bright, and we are so lucky today that we have got such lucky balcony people with us. Give a huge applause to all those panelists who are there. Give a huge applause to them. The more I see and meet Lord Bilimoria, I feel that he is not only an icon in the industry, not only a professional to whom the entire world respects, but his contribution to the world has been mind-boggling. Many years back, when we were looking at that which are the universities with whom we should have an association, we approached University of Birmingham and tried and started talking that how we can cement our relationship. Today, when I'm standing here, we feel so proud that our partnership is growing year by year. Lot of students from both the sides, they have been working on the research projects. Large number of Indian students who are doing their post-graduation, they are with the University of Birmingham. There are, I think we are the only Indian university which has been able to sign an undergrad program with the University of Birmingham, where are any undergrad student, whether it's a management student, computer sciences, or liberal arts, they can do 50% of the program with us, and then they can go to to University of Birmingham to do 50% of the program. Together, we have written a number of projects. We won grant under the Turing scheme, and it all was possible because of the untiring efforts of Lord Willoughby. Give a huge applause to him, please. Lord Willoughby is the founding chairman of the UK-India Business Council, a known industrialist, a deputy lieutenant of Greater London, a former chancellor of Thames Valley University, now University of West London, chancellor of University of Birmingham. He was also the youngest university chancellor in the UK when appointed at that time. Lord Billiveria was the former senior non-executive director of the Booker Group, now Tesco. He is one of the first two visiting entrepreneurs at the University of Cambridge. He is the founding member of the Prime Minister of India's Global Advisory Councils with dozens of awards, including the award at Pravasi Bharati, Samman by the President of India. He is an honorary fellow of the Siddex Sussex College, Cambridge, and was the chair of the advisory board of the Judge Business School, Cambridge University. Give a huge applause to him, ladies and gentlemen. We are honored with the presence of our very good friend, Professor Robin Banerjee, whom we know not only as a academic leader who is leading Sussex as the Pro-Vice Chancellor of Global and Civic Engagement, but also a great researcher who has done a lot of work. He keeps on coming to India. We not only enjoy our academic relationship, but a very close friendship. Very warm welcome to you, Professor Robin. Thank you so much for coming and gracing the occasion. Give a huge applause to him.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We have with us Dr. Shakshi Dhunekar, who is the chair of the Women in Census Committee, IEEE Censor Council, professor at IIT, director of the Sanskriti Technology Solutions Private Limited, which has got their roots across the globe. I think IEEE in India, as well as the IEEE branch in UK, which is conducting tomorrow the full day workshops for the researchers who are joining us from across the globe, needs to be applauded for their effort. Thank you so very much, Dr. Sakshi, for helping us in organizing this conference. Give a huge applause to her. We have got Ms. Lupa Patel, who will be joining us later in the conference, but her knowledge in the area of diversity and the way she has been able to integrate the concept of diversity in the UK culture, I think needs a special applause. Thank you so very much for helping us in organizing the session. Amity is a brainchild of our founder, Dr. Chauhan, who, after spending more than 3 decades in Europe, thought that he has to create the education institutions worldwide which can bring the difference into the life of millions and millions of students. He came back to India and he started a concept of amity. And those were the days, those who are from the different fields and researchers from across the globe, those were the area when India had yet to privatize the education. And he came and he wrote the new theorem of education by bringing the revolution in India. The first group which came and started taking a revolutionary step by creating the higher education institutions, by making a difference into the life of the students who were at that time struggling very, very hard. Those were the days when the average salary of the Indian students must be around 7,000-8,000 rupees per month, which is less than 100 pounds. His aim was that we should be able to create an ecosystem where the students from India, students from Africa, students from Europe, students from America, students from across the globe, they should get a chance not only to get the knowledge, but that knowledge can be transformed into the wonderful career. Today, when I stand here and I speak on his behalf, I can see that amity flag in almost all the big economies of the world, whether it's a red brick university like University of Birmingham, with whom we are working very closely, or with the Harvard Business School, whose Dean is on our advisory board. Or if we look at MIT, or we look at Princeton, look at NYU, look at University of Monash, which is now our strategic partner, or University of Sussex, from where Professor Robin Banerjee is sitting, or University of Oxford, from where Professor Sumanta is on the board. I think that MIT has traveled from one country to another, not only to create campuses, but also to having a deep impact in the life of the individuals. We also tried that in India, which was 30 years back, taken as an institution, as a country, where only teaching was done, to make it as a research hub. Today, MIT is one of the largest reservoir. It's a research-driven university. We have filed some of the best-known patents with the country. We have been able to commercialize them and been able to bring a change in the world, which we are trying that positively should be able to touch the lives of millions of people. What we have tried to do is that 6 years back, we thought that why not to take the leading researchers from India and from across the globe to the different parts of the world. So, under those humble attempts which we were making, we requested Dr. Lumi, who is a very able principal, give a huge applause to her, that can we come to UK and with your help, can we organize a conference in London? And she really said that yes, of course, I will give every possible support. And first time any Indian group, North Liberia, which came to UK to organize along with IEEE a research conference, it was MIT. So we organized the first one in London, and it was our commitment to the top academics of the world that we will be coming year after year. So this is now fifth conference which we are organizing. And this year, this conference is not only being supported by IEEE, it is also being supported by Vele, it is also being supported by Springer, it is also being supported by Taylor and Francis. I, on behalf of MIT Group, want to congratulate researchers whom we have been able to shortlist. Quite a few of them, they are coming virtually to give their presentations. The criteria was very, very tough. I have been told by the team which was shortlisting that out of the 17 research articles which have been sent to us, we have selected one. So you can very well see the kind of impact it will have. Also, at the same time, we wanted that we should be able to reach to the people for the practical projects. So out of this conference, we are coming up with the two big projects which are being submitted to the UK government and to the British Council. One has already got a grant which is based on diversity, and the other is on equity. But this was the first conference which we organized in London. But before coming here, all of you have already witnessed our conference of this year, which we organized in India. It is called InBush International Business Horizon 2024, where more than 10,000 people across the globe participated. Honored to Lord Memoria that you came online and you spoke. Of course, without you, it is impossible to organize any event which you are organizing in India or in UK. You have been a backbone and a very, very strong strategic partner. Thank you for helping us. But then from here, we are going to New York. So on 13th, we are organizing another research conference which will be held in New York, where again the top researchers from across the globe, from USA, from Australia, from Europe, from Asian countries will be coming together, and we are organizing that. After that, the next month, it is happening in Paris, where some of the top universities of France, they are becoming the strategic partner. INSEAD and University of Grenoble are a strategic partner. From there, this conference is going to be in Singapore, where we have got one of the best campus facilities which anyone from India has been able to create. And this conference is being held in collaboration with NUS, National University of Singapore. From Singapore, it will go to Australia, where we are organizing this conference in collaboration with Monash. The world will see the world's largest mental health conference in the month of November, which is a topic on which our founder, Dr. Chauhan, has done a lot of work. And Dr. Atul Chauhan, who's our chancellor, has given a mandate that we want to see that no one in the world, especially the student community, should feel alone, and we should be able to help them out. We are coming up with quite a few technologies, including a band which we are launching with the University of Auckland. We have already copyrighted and patented it. We'll be launching it in November, where one can detect the early signs of depression by just wearing a band, and it will be connected with the phone. From Australia, we are going to organize another conference in Uzbekistan, where we have the first IT university we have been able to create in Tashkent. We will be doing a virtual conference with 41 African countries, where we launched Pan African E Network. And this was the most powerful network which any university in the world has been able to launch in Australia. And the story is very motivational. When Dr. Kalam became the president of India, the first delegation which he took to Africa was not from the industry but from the academics. So he picked up about 19 vice chancellors. We were also picked up, so got a chance to travel. And when the President Kalam came, great visionary he was, and everyone was sitting in the audience for the presidents and prime ministers of Africa. He said that I'm going to give to Africa something which Africa is going to remember for decades. So everyone clapped for 3 minutes, and now the president of India is going to give and announce billions of dollars aid. And his next sentence was, but not a dollar to give. So people said that what is going to give if he's not giving a financial aid? And he at that point of time, he said that I'm going to give Africa the e-education, satellite-based education. By the end of the day, people from World Bank and the leading academicians from across the globe, technocrats, their opinion was taken, and they said that Dr. Kalam, you are a very visionary president. You have got a great, great, great vision, but we don't think that we will be able to implement. President came back, and next day, Lord Liveria, he organized another event where he called all the vice chancellors, presidents, and there he said that I feel that this can be done because if we feel that this is possible, we'll be able to do it. All IITs, all leading institutions were there, and we were at that time very small institution, a small university, a private university. Out of 19, 17 said it's not possible. Africa is not ready. Internet is still a problem there. They don't have technology. They don't have even computers. At that time, our founder, Dr. Chauhan, came up and he said that if the country needs it and if the president of India wants it, we will become the first country in Africa to launch the e network. And we collaborated with the Ministry of External Affairs, and TCIL became our partner. 2000 was the target to get the students in Africa. 80,000 students became a part of this project. And today, when Prime Minister Modi, who's a great visionary leader under whose leadership India is growing, he has almost changed all the projects. One project which is still continuing is e-Shiksha Bharati, which we are trying to implement the government in India. We are not only the academic institutions, we want a hybrid model. We want to create a model where we want that all students, they should get a chance to travel across the globe. They should work with the leading companies. This leading group, which has come here on the study abroad program, quite a few students I can see. I congratulate you because the more you travel, the more you explore the world, the better you will always be. So my congratulations to all students who are on study abroad program. I think that this is an amazing experience which you're having today, which will help you in the times to come. But at MIT, organizing this research conference, our objective was that we should be able to bring a difference into the life of those who really need it. From this year, we have launched one of the largest apprenticeship programs of the world, where the students they can do apprenticeships in Europe, they can go to North America, they can go to Australia. First time, Australian university will be sending 400 students to India. It's Monash. and they will be coming to MIT. Similarly, our 400 students are going to Australia. We are the largest partner of all the UK universities, where under the India Immersion Program, the students are coming and are experiencing us. We are trying to create a network where large number of American students who earlier used to go to China and to other developed countries of the world, they should come and see that what India is. We have been able to develop the largest network with French universities where the students will be spending some part with us. And similarly, our students will be going and they will be doing their apprenticeships. So under the new education policy, if any university has been able to implement it fully, it is MIT. And it is because of the partners who are sitting here. I can't name everyone, but all those researchers who are here and who are a part of this ecosystem, thank you so very much from the bottom of our heart. We will remember you for all times to come. We don't have a very long history. We are just 30-year-old. We are young, we are trusty, we have energy, we have got a passion. And we want this passion to be transformed into the life of those who really need us. Thank you so very much. It was such a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. Now I take the opportunity to welcome and invite our keynote speaker, Lord Karan Vilimoria, member of the House of Lords, Chancellor of the University of Birmingham. Lord Karan Vilimoria is the founder of Cobra Bear, Chairman of the Cobra Bear Partnership Limited, a joint venture with Molson Coors. Lord Vilimoria is the founding chairman of the UK India Business Council, a deputy lieutenant of Greater London, a former chancellor of Thamesbury University. He was the youngest university chancellor in the UK when appointed. Karan was a former senior non-executive director of the Booker Group now. He is one of the first two visiting entrepreneurs at the University of Cambridge. He is a founding member of the Prime Minister's India's Global Advisory Council. Karan Vilimoria was appointed the Lord Vilimoria of Chelsea, making him the first ever Zoroastrian Parsi to sit in the House of Lords. In 2008, he was awarded the Pravasi Bharati Samman by the President of India. He is an honorary life fellow of the Royal Society of Arts, Manufacturers and Commerce, an honorary fellow of Sydney Sussex College, Cambridge, and was chair of the advisory board of the Judge Business School, Cambridge University from 2015 to 2020. And subsequently appointed as an honorary ambassador, he qualified as a chartered accountant with the Institute for Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and graduated in law from the University of Cambridge. Sir, in July 2014, he was installed as the seventh Chancellor of the University of Birmingham, making him the first Indian-born Chancellor of a Russell Group University. He is the President of the UK Council for International Student Affairs. Since 2017, Lord Vilimoria has been a Byron Tudor Fellow at Kellogg College, University of Oxford. Lord Vilimoria is an honorary group captain in 601 Squadron Royal Air Force. In June 2020, he was appointed President of the Confederation of British Industry and Vice President in 2022 for a 2-year term. Presenting Lord Vilimoria. Huge round of applause for
Thank you very much for that very warm welcome, and welcome to all of you who are here as students on the study abroad program from Amity University. You've been here for two weeks now. Are you having a good time?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful, wonderful. I would like to thank Professor Gurinder Singh, my dear friend, who's become a very good friend over the years, and I admire what he has done and continues to do as the leader of Amity University in such a phenomenally entrepreneurial way, in continuing to grow the university globally. You've just heard in his speech just now, it's not just here, it's going to be in France, it's going to be in Australia, it's all over the world, and you are part of that coming over here now. And this conference on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging is music to my ears, and I want to pay tribute to the founder of Amity University, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, to the Chancellor, and the Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan. They are inspirational. What they have created in the same time that I have started my business over here at Cobra Beer just over 3 decades ago, which is a household name here in the UK and exported to over 30 countries. And that time, Amity University now has 250,000 students. It's just amazing. And I think it's a huge testament to the founders, to Dr. Gurinder, and of course, to Dr. Luminita. Thank you very much for leading us over here as well. And when I say us, to me, Amity, I'm a part of the Amity family. You are partners with the University of Birmingham. You have always made me feel a part of Amity, and I'm proud of that. What I would say is I'm also speaking to you wearing the hat as a former international student. So how many of you would like to, at some stage, study abroad, including here in the UK one day? Can I just see a show of hands? Excellent. Well, we welcome you. So please, once you've graduated, consider coming here. We also have wonderful 2+2 programs at Amity University where you can study at Amity and study at Birmingham University, where I'm proud to be Chancellor. I'm the president of the UK Council for International Student Affairs. It looks after the international students in every university in the country. And I'm also the co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on International Students in Parliament. And I've been a member of the House of Lords, which is the UK equivalent of the Rajya Sabha in India. The difference is, the Rajya Sabha you're appointed for a term, here we're appointed for life. And I've been a member for 18 years. I was one of the 3 youngest peers when I was appointed 18 years ago. And you've heard about my various academic associations, apart from the University of Birmingham, previously at what's now the University of West London, where I was the youngest university chancellor of the country, and at Oxford and at Cambridge. To be an international student myself, to have studied in India, my first degree was in commerce from Osmania University in Hyderabad, the city I was born in. And I came over as a 19-year-old. I graduated very young, I skipped a couple of years, and I came here to study. I've studied here in the UK, and I've also studied at Harvard Business School in America. And having been an international student around the world, I will say to you very clearly, to get somewhere in life, many things can help you. Luck plays a part, but the silver bullet to getting somewhere in life is education. Education, education, education. And you are lucky. You are so lucky to have that opportunity to be studying at a top university. Now, the country I was born and brought up in until the age of 19, and I go back to India 5 or 6 times a year. I'll be there later this month leading a Birmingham University delegation to India. My 87-year-old mother lives in Dehradun. My relations live in Hyderabad, in Mumbai, in Delhi, all over the country. I love India. I can't stay away from India for more than 2 months. I'm proud of being an Indian because India to me is the most diverse country in the world by far. No other country comes close to it. When you look at race, you have every race possible in India, from north, south, east, west, center. Whether you look at religions, you have every religion in India, including my religion. I'm a Zoroastrian Parsi. We're the smallest minority community in the world. There are less than 100,000 Zoroastrian Parsis in the world. And yet, anywhere you go in India and you say you're a Parsi, everyone knows who a Parsi is out of 1.4 billion people. That is India for you. Every religion, every race, every terrain, from jungles to mountains to deserts, India. It is the most diverse country in the world. And I'm lucky to hail from India. And yet when I came here in the 1980s to study here in London and at Cambridge, I was told by my family and friends in India at that time, if you decide to stay on and work in the UK after you finish your studies, just remember, you will never get to the top. You will not be allowed to get to the top because you're a foreigner and there will be a glass ceiling for you. I'm ashamed to say at that time they were right. There was a closed shop in many cases. If you want to get anywhere in the City of London in finance or banking or chartered accountancy or the law, if you hadn't gone to the right school, the right university, if you're a foreigner, it was very, very difficult. What I've seen in this country in front of my eyes is a transformation of a country with a glass ceiling 4 decades ago to a country today where anyone can get anywhere regardless of race, religion, or background. That glass ceiling has been shattered. Absolutely shattered. Look at my own personal case. To be the first Indian-born chancellor for Russell Group University, the Ivy League of the UK, Birmingham University, one of our biggest universities, top 100 in the world. To be the first ethnic minority, let alone Indian, president of the Confederation of British Industry, the equivalent of the CII in India, ever. That is what is possible, let alone look at our cabinet, where our Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, was of Indian origin. That is how that glass ceiling has now been shattered. When I was at Cambridge University in the 1980s, big rejoicement in 1987, 4 ethnic minority MPs had been elected to the House of Commons for the first time since the war. One of them was an Indian, Keith Bars. Big rejoicing. And one Indian who was at Birmingham University with my mother, Lord Chitness in the House of Lords, 5 ethnic minority MPs in both Houses of Parliament in 1987. I joined in 2008. In 2012, we had a photograph on the steps of Westminster Hall, a 900-year-old building in Parliament. And there were 69 of us, from 5 to 69, in 25 years. Fast forward, 7 years later, 2019, we had a photograph after the last elections that we had when Boris Johnson was elected Prime Minister. And we had another photograph on those steps, and there were 99 of us.
Wow.
So we are getting there. We are getting there, and there's a long way to go. When I was appointed president of the Confederation of British Industry, I said, I've got to do one thing. I've got to champion ethnic minority participation across all business. And I launched an initiative, and please look it up, called Change the Race Ratio. Change the Race Ratio. We have Microsoft, we have Deloitte, we have all the top firms who've signed up to this. And we promote participation on the big FTSE 100, FTSE 250 boards. We promote leadership in companies. We promote disclosing the ethnicity pay gap. You know there's a pay gap. Ethnic minority people get paid less. Women get paid less than men. Gender pay gap reporting is compulsory for all companies over 250 employees. Ethnic minority pay gap reporting is still not compulsory, and I'm fighting that it should be disclosed because there should be no gap. Why should there be a gap because of gender or ethnicity at all? So that's something we fight for. The other thing we fight for is inclusion. Because diversity without inclusion is useless. You have to create an environment, whether you're a university at Amity or Birmingham, whether you're a company, where you make everyone welcome and inclusive. And do you know the reality is, companies that are more diverse, more inclusive, McKinsey have done research, the top quartile of companies that are more diverse are 36% more profitable than the bottom quartile. So it's not just the right thing to do, it makes business sense. Deloitte have done surveys that show that more diverse companies are more innovative. And I know that at Cobra Bear, when I started, I created a mini United Nations, a group of people from all over the world with different mindsets, different backgrounds, different cultures. And we were one of the most innovative, fastest growing companies in the UK for many, many years. Now, I have fought very hard for international students over here. In 2007, I spearheaded in Parliament the introduction of the 2-year post-graduation work visa. So if you're a foreign student and you come and study in the UK, 2008, after you graduated from any degree, undergraduate, master's, you could stay for 2 years to work. It was taken away in 2012 by the Home Secretary, Theresa May at the time. It was brought back in 2021 by Boris Johnson. So we've got it back. It's there right now. Here is the but. At the moment, we have a situation where there's a fear being created about immigration in this country. The net migration figures are now about 700,000 into the UK. So that's The difference between people who come into the UK and leave the UK. Now, you know what's in that figure? We include international students in that figure. And I'm saying that is wrong. International students are not migrants, they're temporary migrants. Exclude international students from the net migration figure. The government is not listening. If you exclude the international students from the net migration figure, that figure from 700,000 would almost halve, and we would not be scaring the public in the way that we are now. And the government has taken very damaging measures. As an international student, you were allowed to bring in dependents. So if you're married, you could bring your wife, you could bring your children while you were studying. That has now been removed. Only PhD students could do it. Do you know something? I'm an alumnus of the London Business School. I chaired the Cambridge Judge Business School. Our MBA students at these leading universities, 25% of them will bring their families with them. And I've asked them, would you still come if you were not allowed to bring your families? They said, we will not come, we'd go to another country. So we're going to be losing out on some of the top students because one or two people might have been misusing the dependence route. We're going to be losing out on the brightest and the best. The worst thing is now, the government has asked the Migration Advisory Committee to do a report on the postgraduate two-year route, and we're fearful that the government might try and reduce that 2 years or remove it. That would be hugely, hugely damaging. Already the number of applicants from countries like India has fallen because of the fear that that might be taken away. We're competing with other countries in the world, including Australia, Canada, United States of America, European countries as well. If the government does that, it'll be very, very damaging. And I say this to you now, and I say this to the government, and I say this to Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, do not remove the 2-year post-graduation work visa. We need it as a country. We need to attract the best international students from around the world, including from India. And here's the reality. Sadly, universities at the moment have a cap on domestic student fees of £9,250. This cap has been there for years. There's been inflation. Inflation hit 11% in this country not that long ago. That means our costs have gone up, but we have not been able to increase our fees. If you ask me at Cobra Beer, the real cost of that £9,250 is now £6,000. So if you ask me to reduce my price by 1/3 and my costs have gone up as well, I'll go bust. And yet our universities are meant to survive in that scenario. So what is the solution? International students, in reality, are helping to subsidize the domestic students. Now, if you're going to make it more difficult for international students to come here, if you're going to turn them away, then our university finances are going to suffer in a big way. And international students do not take away places from our domestic students. Only 15% of undergraduate students are international, 85% are domestic. On the other hand, with master students, over 40% of our master students are international students. Without those international students, many universities' master's courses would not exist. We should be grateful for international students. International students bring in £42 billion to the UK economy. It's huge. We should be grateful for it. And I always say to the government, be grateful to our universities, be grateful to our international students. Do not be economically illiterate. And that is the way, unfortunately, they are behaving at the moment by creating this hostile environment. I want to conclude with this. Regardless of this, the reality is the 15% of immigrants in this country, that's all. This country only has 15% of the population are ethnic minority. Without the contribution of that ethnic minority, of which, by the way, the Indian community is the largest, almost 2 million, and the most successful, without the contribution of the Indian community, the Asian community, the ethnic minorities, this country would not be, with less than 1% of the world's population, the 6th largest economy in the world. So I'm grateful to the ethnic minority community for everything they do for the United Kingdom. And our universities, with all the challenges I just now articulated to you, we still have 4 out of the top 10 universities in the world, including my alma mater, Cambridge University, including Oxford, where I have 2 fellowships. We still have 17 out of the top 100 in the world, including the University of Birmingham. And I want to continue our partnership with India. And I conclude with this. whatever may have happened 16 years ago, I think Brexit was a huge mistake. How many of you think Brexit was a mistake? Can I just see a show of hands? Usually it's 99% of the hands that go up. Yeah, it was a big mistake in 2016. Well, let's see what happens in the future. There may be a change of government. Regardless of that, I have faith that this country has phenomenal strengths. It has some of the strongest combination of hard and soft power in the world, of which our universities are the jewel in our crown. And I think the special relationship we have with countries around the world, yes, America is one of them, but the other country that we have a special relationship with is India. And the UK and India, I think, looking ahead, our partnership is just going to go from strength to strength to strength. India is a global, emerging, economic superpower. And by 2060, I predict India will be the largest economy in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for inspiring our students and us. It's a proud privilege to have with us Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir. A huge round of applause for Dr. Atul Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor, sir. Dr. Atul Chauhan holds a PhD in Management from University of New Haven, USA. He also has a master's degree in Business Administration from Columbia University, USA. He completed his engineering from University College London, holds an accounting and finance degree from the London School of Economics, and political science and a degree in international business from Frankfurt International School. His educational background underscores his expertise in management and his commitment to advancing education. He believes in creating centers of thought leadership across the world where faculties, scientists, brilliant students can explore and expand the frontiers of knowledge. A huge round of applause for Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan.
And I think that before our Honorable Chancellor speaks, let me inform the House that, Lord Bilimoria, you have been an icon and an inspiration. Decades back, when our founder he came back to India, the responsibility of creating global campuses was given to our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan. And I remember those days, exciting days, when he said that the first campus which we will open outside India is going to be UK in London. So you can see his passion. Give a huge applause to our Honorable Chancellor who is there. Every year, MIT is expanding. But I think one thing which is common and which is bringing all MIT institutions and our partners together with the University of Birmingham and others who are sitting here is that we want the feeling of belongingness. Just a day back, we celebrated a day of belongingness, which also happens to be the birthday of our Honorable Chancellor. All the students here in London, they're wishing you a very happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
But at the same time, I think that if MIT is today one of the largest education groups of the world, it is because of the untiring efforts of Dr. Atul Chauhan, who runs the institution with passion and with the sense of belongingness. With that humbleness and with that request, over to you, Honorable Chancellor. Please address the words looking forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh. Let me first of all congratulate you and your whole team for once again organizing this international conference in London at our campus with our partners at Birkbeck. And you have chosen a very apt and appropriate topic for this day and age on diversity, equity, inclusiveness, and belongingness. And I feel there could have been no better person to be as the chief guest for today as Lord Bilimoria. Lord Bilimoria, we are so grateful to you. And every time I hear you speak, everyone in the room gets goosebumps. You have this passion in you which transcends across anyone in the audience. I am just coming from function, Dr. Singh mentioned belongingness, where we have schools for the underprivileged boys, which come from the slums of India, and we educate hundreds and thousands of them and give them free education, free food, and it was so heartening to see young children who joined us at the age of 4 and 5. They are graduating now this year, joining some of the leading universities. And when they were speaking in the finest English, the most uh, pure Sanskrit and Hindi, I think it filled our hearts with pride that in addition to this vision and dream that our founder, Dr. Ashok Chauhanji, had, to educate the most brilliant students from India and from around the world within the Amity system. And you've heard from Dr. Singh that we have over 200,000 students studying full-time with us. But at the same time, our founder, Dr. Chauhan, and our honorable chairperson, Dr. Mrs. Amita Chauhanji, had this purely philanthropic and passionate desire to help the most underprivileged of our country and to transform their lives. And I just rushed from there because I told all of them, and Lord Billamoria, whenever you are in India next, we would love it if you could give some time to interact with our underprivileged schools of boys and girls within Noida and Delhi. I told them I have enjoyed interacting with you so much, I forgot about time, but I need to rush to listen to Lord Billamoria. And I have told all of them that, and to all, I see a lot of our young, brilliant Amity University students who are on the study abroad program in London at the moment, that if there is one person who is one of the greatest entrepreneurs of this world, if there is one person who is such a tall leader in the field of academia, a statesman, a true statesman who feels for the United Kingdom, but also is such a passionate ambassador for India and for India-UK relations, there is no one in this world than Lord Billamoria. Lord Billamoria, we are so proud and so grateful when you mentioned that you see Amity as one family like you. It is, and as you rightly said, that the journeys coincided when you started Cobra Beer. And when I was a young student, I still remember, and even now, the biggest brand, I think you are a genius when it comes to brand creation, when it comes to creation of business. But what you are now doing for equity, uh, for India, for minorities. I think in history, dear students who are there, this is something that our founder always says. In this world, there are billions of people, but history only remembers a very, very few. And those are the ones who selflessly work towards society and having an impact. And our dream for every Amity student is that you should be those in history that people remember. And today you should be inspired, you should be motivated, you should be driven by seeing and hearing one of the great leaders like Lord Billamoria, who I am absolutely confident will be one of those few who will be remembered in history for all time to come. Dr. Singh, on behalf of the foundation, I congratulate you. You are passionate about internationalization. I don't think there would be any university system which holds so many international conferences around the world, but you are one of those leaders who leads from the front. You are always there. Dear young students who are there, if you are a leader, you should be in the battlefield. You should be in the front. You should be with your people. That is the way to lead. And Dr. Gurinder Singh, we are so proud, is one of the great leaders with us at Amity, who is spreading the name of Amity globally. Also a great motivational speaker. I'm sure all of you must have heard. I think anyone who is depressed, anyone who is sad, if they spend even half an hour with Dr. Singh, their life transforms. So Dr. Singh, congratulations for this conference. To all the scientists and researchers who will be presenting in this conference, I congratulate you. It is in any academic's life a part of the journey to be publishing, to doing research, something at Amity we are extremely passionate about, and great propagators to enable young scientists, budding scientists from around the world to publish papers, not only in India, but across the world, even on the Amity platform. And I heard Dr. Lumi, I can't see Dr. Lumi at the moment in the camera, but a very passionate leader for our London campus right from the beginning. As Dr. Singh said, one of our first, actually our first international campus outside of India. And Dr. Lumi, if you allow, on your behalf, if I may announce to the audience today, that of course Amity has been offering degree programs for many, many years in London now. But within 1 year, we will have our own degree, UK degree awarding powers, and Amity London campus will offer UK degrees not only to students within the United Kingdom, but across the world. And this was the vision of our honorable founder, Dr. Ashok Chauhanji, to create a global system of education. I know for a fact that Dr. Chauhan is online because he is a person who is so passionate about what is happening in Amity. He has always led from the front, that anything happening anywhere in the world with Amity, he is seeing his, to especially to all the youngsters who are in the room, the blessings of our founder, Dr. Chauhan, are always with you. Remember, you are not just students of a university or of an institution, you are part of this greater vision of our founder to create young people who will transform this world. And so please, whatever you do when you go out of the portals of Amity, remember this extreme responsibility that lies on your shoulders, that you have to be the leaders of the future that will transform not only our great nation, India, but you will transform this world into a great place where there will be equity, there will be less poverty, there will be more harmony. And today, if great leaders like Lord Bilimoria have this belief that India will become one of the greatest superpowers in this world, which is a dream of our founder, it is because of you, the young generation, who will lead not only our country, but this whole world in the future. So with that, my best wishes, our founder's blessings, Lord Bilimoria, our extreme gratitude for the time that you have given to motivate, and your words go deep into the bones. And to all the honorable speakers and senior guests who will be with us, our gratitude for being there. Dr. Singh, once again, congratulations to you and your team, and Dr. Lumi for hosting this conference at our campus in London.
A huge round of applause for our Chancellor, Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan. Thank you so much, sir, for inspiring us, and we are privileged to have you with us. Now, since Lord Karan Bilimoria has to leave, he has a pressing concern. We would like to felicitate him. I would request Group Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, sir, to felicitate Lord Bilimoria.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all every success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. As we are also organizing a workshop on wireless sensors and IoT-based startups supported by IEEE Sensors Council. We have with us Mr. Stephen Wesley. He is the Managing Director of IoT Iris UK. Stephen Wesley is currently the MD of IoT Iris Solutions UK. Their company is a pioneer in providing end-to-end IoT solutions as the highest level of security. Their modular sensing hub and nodes use the latest emerging technology. Since 2014, he has taken the roles of Director, Rug Gear UK, Director, Global Mobile Communications, wherein they have been largest supplier of rug devices in the UK and hold global licenses for some rug brands. Director, Careful Limited and IoT lead in Digital Nortons. Presenting Stephen Wesley for his address. Put your hands together for Stephen Wesley.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to talk about the Internet of Things, IoT, and sensors. I must admit, so far, it's been very inspiring to listen to my fellow speakers. I wish I was 30 years old and I could restart my education again with you guys. It seems you're very inspirational and so dedicated to providing excellent education for all your students. So thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Nanda, who I believe is online, for inviting me to this, who I know is also very passionate about IoT. So I'd like to explain to you briefly the opportunities that all you students will have in the IoT sector when you finish your degrees, because it's a phenomenal opportunity globally for everybody. A couple of years ago, there was a very well-known headline in our telecom sector around the fact that India was ready to dominate the IoT world. And over the last few years, we've really seen an influx of entrepreneurs from India with ideas of how they can make the world a better place by using technology. So a lot of people don't know, but it is a global strategy for the mobile networks to build brand new networks with the latest technology to give better insights and make the planet a better place by providing more data. Now, these new networks have a couple of characteristics over the traditional telecom provider networks. So we've all heard of 2G, 3G, 4G, and lately 5G. Of course, 6G will be on its way in a couple of years, which will open up a whole new raft of opportunities. But this technology I'm talking about comes under the heading of low-powered wide area networks, LPWANs. And believe it or not, you cannot make voice calls, which traditionally has been the bread and butter for the telecom industry. But what these new networks do allow you to have sensors that can carry the signal over vast distances. So in very remote rural areas where coverage is probably non-existent, we can now get data and insights. The other big advantage of these new technologies are low-powered. So low-powered means we can get battery-operated devices, so we don't need electricity on these sites. But batteries and these devices can last 10, 15, 20 years on one battery charge. So this is offering a massive opportunity. The projects I'm involved in myself in the UK total over 10 to 15 million devices. But they all have one feature of why these companies are asking for more insights, and that is carbon reduction. Everybody's aiming towards net zero. Everybody is beginning their net zero journey, different countries at different levels. but it's a global strategy that we all have to pull together for the better of the planet. And having these new technologies, more insights, more data means that we can be better and reduce carbon. I'll give you one quick story. One of our customers who specializes in Legionella monitoring, traditionally they used to drive around to check for Legionella. They've transferred over to these new technologies. And this one small company has reduced their carbon footprint in mileage by over 250,000 miles, which is incredible. If you expand this into all the opportunities that these new technologies can then, these new technologies could achieve, it's going to make an incredible impact on the global reduction of carbon. So I urge you to all have a look at IoT and what it can do. Depending what paper you read, it's predicted between 50 and 80 billion, not million, billion new sensors are going to be developed in the next 5 years and put onto these new global networks, which then offers a massive opportunity, whether you're doing a degree in software, into engineering, into technology, electronics. It's endless what the opportunities there are out there. And of course, then we have the question around AI, which is so exciting. And it's you guys, not us old guys, it's you guys who have the intelligence to understand these new technologies and how they can make the world a better place. So in India, I know there are already these networks being carried out by Airtel and a few others. They already have these networks which are open up massive opportunities for soil monitoring, air quality monitoring, giving people more data to make better decisions. But I urge you, have a look at IoT, see what you think, because it's a big opportunity for once you've finished your degrees to move forward. Diversity in the telecom sector and IoT is phenomenal. The boundaries are falling away month by month. It's the education and the people who are passionate about IoT. It doesn't matter where you're from or how you live. Everybody has now got an opportunity to make a difference for the planet. So please have a look at IoT. I wish you the best for the rest of your days.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your informative address. Now we have with us Dr. Sakshi Dharekar, Chair, Women in Sensors Committee, IEEE Sensors Council. She is also the founder and director of Sanskriti Technology Solutions Private Limited. She plays an instrumental role in hiring for government-funded engineering projects. Earlier, she has organized many IEEE Young Professional events with CTO. Neuronix UK, she has also won multiple awards, including first prize in Tata Hackathon Challenge for developing a smart breath analyzer for detecting alcohol in human breath. She is an acclaimed researcher and academician. Put your hands together for Sakshi Dharekar.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible and visible. Okay, great. Great. Thank you to the organizers. Special thanks to Dr. Shweta for this warm invitation. So I am Sakshi. I'll be showing you some slides. Before I do that, I would like to say that it was very inspiring listening to senior delegates and finding out so much about how MIT University is spread across the globe. Well, MIT is not new for me because I have worked at MIT University campus from 2011 to 2012. So I feel honored, and also I feel quite excited to talk at the same forum where I was working some years ago. So I have some slides to share. While I do that, I will briefly talk about women in sensors, since this platform is also about diversity and equity, inclusion, and belonging. And briefly, I will also show the things that we do at IIT Jodhpur. So I'm primarily an associate professor. I work at Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Jodhpur. In addition to that, I hold some responsibilities in IEEE, which is a group, an international group where all engineers from different backgrounds come together. So it's primarily for networking, collaborations, finding out about what's happening in terms of engineering around the world. So I'm currently the chapter chair for Delhi Section Census Council chapter. And our chapter works to connect people who are working in the field of census in and out Rajasthan. Then I'm currently member at large at IEEE Census Council. And I was the chair for IEEE Census Council. For past 2 years, I was the chair. Now I'm the member for the Women in Census Committee. Okay, so moving forward. Okay, should move forward. Yep. So what does this team do, Women in Census? So we aim to promote globally the presence and um, the presence and advancement of persons who identify as women in the technical area and professions related to census. It is targeted at professional women who are working in the field of sensing technology. They can be from both industry or academia. And we provide an opportunity to create communities to facilitate knowledge sharing that we do through different workshops, through our flagship conference. And we also provide support through highly interactive sessions designed to foster discussion and collaboration. So in the nutshell, this Women in Census team also have some openings for funding opportunities. If in case you're interested in organizing any event related to women in census, there is a chance that you can apply for the funding and have a networking session or a hands-on session, or you can invite people from international levels who are an expert in the field and connect them to the students. So this is the team. This map is shown to say that we are from different parts of the world and we meet like 4 to 5 times in a year, one time physically in the flagship conference. And yeah, we are from different places, from Ireland to US, Mexico, South Africa, Australia, India, Italy, France, and Spain. And we are constantly expanding the network. So we'll be happy if any of you who feels that can contribute and can join the team can always write to the chair, and we're always looking for people who can help us build this team better. Okay, so coming on to what I do, since this conference also has this theme of IoT, I would like to talk about the work that I do in the field of sensors and IoT. So first of all, the campus, IIT Jodhpur is a beautiful campus. If you get a chance sometime, I would suggest you to come over and see. It is made with a different kind of a stone, and the feel inside the buildings is very different from what the temperature is outside, which means that the buildings are insulated because Jodhpur is sun city, so it is usually really hot in the summer. And so what I do, so I work on development of sensors, that is one vertical, and then is building that sensor to a system. So if I don't know how many of you know that whenever we talk about chip manufacturing, which we are also now talking about it in being an industry being set up in India, chip manufacturing becomes challenging when it's not scalable, which means if I can make a device on a smaller platform, can I have the same thing replicated on a larger platform? So mass production becomes very important when we are talking about generating a lot of devices at the same time, and they should be repeatable. So this is one thing with nanomaterials. We work on 3 to 4 nanomaterials strictly, and we are able to develop wafer scale fabrication, which means that we are able to make the same nanomaterial at a larger platform for mass production. So what do we do with these sensor systems, right? Or the sensors that we develop? So the main application area is electronic nose. So what is electronic nose? Electronic nose is something that can mimic a human nose. So as we grow from a child to an adult, we are exposed to different environments. And when we are exposed to different environments, we are constantly learning, right? That forms the basis of artificial intelligence. So electronic nose is an artificial nose which can detect the smell or the odor of a particular gas in a mix of gases. So say if I want to identify if a person has had alcohol or not, which I work on alcohol breath analyzers, um, our breath is composed of different gases, right? And if I want to identify that one gas, this one alcohol in breath is not so simple as a linear equation, right? So what we do is that we use sensor array. So instead of one, I use 4 to 5 to 6 sensors together. We expose them to different gases. We collect the data and apply signal processing and machine learning algorithms so that the entire system of the sensor array behaves like an electronic nose, which is like an artificial nose or a smart sensor system, which can identify alcohol in breath. Yeah. And similar application can be applied, say, I want to detect ketone in breath. Somebody highly diabetic. So if you want to identify ketone, you have to change few sensors and the program, and then you can use the same system for identifying another gas. Yeah, so this is what our human olfactory system is what how our neurons operate when we are exposed to different environments, and we learn the same. This machine, which has different sensors, learn it from its experiences of being exposed to different gases, and it learns. Okay, so another work that we do is in micro electromechanical systems. So briefly, if I say a system that can move when it is electronically excited, right? So one simple example would be like accelerometer or a gyroscope, right? That has a movement depending on some electronic pulse. So same way, we work on development of these MEMS switches, which means it's a switch, so it can do an on and an off. It can move up and down when it is electrically excited. So I don't know how many of you have worked in the field of MEMS, but it's super challenging to fabricate them. So if you get into it, I mean, you can make systems by yourself. That's the exciting part about it. And today, if you look around, there are so many devices which have MEMS incorporated into it. Okay, and then we develop different kinds of prototypes. So it's this is like the first one is like a gas sensor, which is packaged on this IC. And then we have this pressure sensor, and then another packaged gas sensor, so on and so forth. So we have different level of prototypes depending on the kind of sensor we are wanting to package and use for any application. Okay, so coming on to another thing, because we are talking about IoT. So I also work in artificial intelligence of things. So the concept of I have already talked about when we talked about the artificial nose or the intelligent nose. And this data, when it is transmitted over a network, is where we say that we are incorporating IoT as part of the work. So we have developed some photodetectors. So photodetectors, the sensors that can detect light, and the data was transmitted through the cloud. And so you can see on your phone as to how the signal is changing, right? It sounds simple, but it's not that straightforward. So again, when we go to development of sensor side, it becomes a little tricky part. If you're using commercial sensors, then the application becomes a little easier in the sense that you have a data sheet where you already know what sensors are made up of and what output they will give. But when you actually make them is when you have to also ensure that those parameters are intact while you're testing them. And the last thing that I have incorporated is biosensors. So the type of devices which can sense any bioanalyte, right? ELISA is one of the techniques where antibody and antigen interact, produce a signal on your sensor that tells you whether the antigen was present or not, right? And this system, ELISA system, is otherwise a computer, or I should say a big machine-based system. What we are trying to do is that we are trying to put it as an app-based application where we use image processing technique. So if I can capture the color intensity from the ELISA plate, and the patient can know what is the concentration of antigen in the sample. The sample can be blood, it can be urine, it can be sweat, right? Usually blood test is not done at home except for the glucometers that we use. So this is one thing with the help of image processing that we are trying to capture data from the biosensors. So here also these biosensors are made in-house, we do it in the lab in case anybody, so it's a message for the students if you're interested to join our lab or you want to come and see, and a message for teachers is if you want to collaborate and work with us, we'll be happy to um, work together. Yeah. So I'm the director co-founder for Sanskriti Technologies. This is a startup. It's still in nascent stage. We are looking for students, interns, and we have got some small funding to start with in the field of E. coli detection in urine samples. So in case any of you is interested, please do get in touch and we'll be happy to discuss. Yeah, this is what I have. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, we have Abel Yeboha Afori. Abel is a senior lecturer in cybersecurity and digital forensics investigator, consultant, and cyber threat intelligence analyst. Areas of expertise include incident response, cyber threat intelligence analysis, business systems, security analysis, cyber supply chain with us. Huge round of applause for Abel Yeboha Afori. He is with us. Welcome, sir.
Very much. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good to see you all. I deem this a privilege to be here this morning, or to say, yeah, we are, no, afternoon, to say a big thank you to the organizing committee and to everyone, to the professors and the organizers and everyone that has invited me today. The theme for the program is EDI, which is Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And as I'm saying, as an African and someone who has also traveled from abroad to be here, I think it is a very, very important program that has been organized. I have studied, I did my first degree here, my master's at University of East London, and I did my PhD in cybersecurity. And I could say that as an international student also, and someone who has lived here for a while, I have been in cybersecurity for the last 19 years. And it's a very, very good area. We're looking at how globalization impacts on everything that we do. So the concept of EDI does not only focus on humans, it focuses on technology, it focuses on globalization, it focuses on business, it focuses on every economic dimension that we could think about. For instance, Africa, the population of Africa is about 70 to 80% youth. And looking at education and how we can develop these economies and bring everyone up. India is becoming one of the top countries in the world in terms of economic and diversity, including education and everything. Now, if we want to integrate very, very well and bring everyone on board, one of the key areas or one of the areas that could be is ripe now is Africa. We are developing a lot of academics, students are coming up, and the integration is very, very important now. As a lecturer, for the last 13 years, I've taught in about 5 universities. I could tell how diversity, inclusion, and equity has improved the UK university system. I'm a fellow or a senior fellow of the Higher Education Authority UK. And I've been in conferences and meetings. I have carried out writing cybersecurity policy for countries that have been invited to consult for. I've been invited to international programs in child sexual exploitation and abuse, how we can write policies to protect children, the youth, in terms of how they integrate with mobile devices. And I could say that the concept of EDI is very, very important. So my quest today and everything that has been said over here has been tremendous. And I want to thank the professors and everyone here. My research area, as she said, is into critical infrastructure systems, cyber physical systems, digital twin, IoT devices, and the concept of sensors and actuators that integrates all these devices as we use them is very, very important. The global world is looking up to India, and I'm proud to be invited to come to this place. In my university, for instance, I'm currently teaching undergrads and master students, and I could tell you for a fact that I meet close to about 150 students that are from India origin every year. Currently supervising about 40 students, about 25 of them are from India. So my university is about 60% um, foreign students. So you can imagine how I meet everyone and how we integrate and how we supervise students and how we get them to do well. So this program is very, very important for me as well to be here and to meet all of you. I'm looking forward for more collaborations with UWL and MET University and how we can integrate and write research papers, come together and put up conferences and do well. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share a word or two. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abel. Now, the time has come to recognize the efforts of people in academia and corporate. We will now begin the award ceremony. In recognition of global education excellence and excellence in interdisciplinary areas of education, we would now be conferring the Amity Global Academic Excellence Awards and Corporate Excellence Awards. And to do the honors, I would request all the dignitaries to please come on the dais. Respected Group Vice Chancellor, sir, and Dr. Luminita, Principal, Amity University in London. We would now confer the Corporate Excellence Awards to Mr. Stephen Wesley. He joined virtually, Managing Director, IRIS IoT Solutions. We would now confer the Global Academic Excellence Award to Dr. Sakshi Narikar, Chair, Relevant Census Committee, IEEE Census Council, Professor, IIT Jodhpur, Director, Sanskriti Technology Solutions Private Limited. Excellent contribution in research and development for their excellent contribution in research and development. We would now confer the Global Academic Excellence Award to Dr. Abel. He is with us, so I would request him to please come on the stage and receive the award. Senior Lecturer in Cybersecurity, School of Computing and Engineering, University of West London, UK. Huge round of applause for Dr. Abel. Thank you, everyone. With this, now we have come to an end to the inaugural session of this coveted conference. We'll be joining again at 14:30 for research track and paper presentations. Thank you. And we have networking and lunch break from
Behalf of Amity International Business School, Amity University, Noida, I, Anushka Jain, welcome you all to the International Conference on Diversity, Equity, Inclusion and Belongingness. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and belongingness are the four concepts that work together to boost team dynamic, productivity, and innovation within an organization. With these four components at the core mission, each team member has equal opportunities to do best work and feel valued. With this note, I again welcome all the members and the presenters.
Thank you, Anushka. We hereby invite the first presenter, the paper presenter, who is there with us.
Tanisha Jaiswal is the first presenter. Tanisha, you can start with your presentation. I request the IT team to kindly make the Tanisha as the panelist.
Sir, can you repeat the name?
Tanisha Jaiswal. She is there in the attendees, sir.
Okay, sir, joined.
Tanisha, you can start with the presentation, dear. Tanisha, are you audible?
Yes, sir.
Tanisha, please start with your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I, Tanisha Raswal, a student of undergraduate uh, from Amity University, presenting the research paper on the topic Unraveling the Drivers of Including Differently Able Individual in the Workplace, a mixed method approach that focus on understanding the factors that motivate the inclusion of differently able individual in the workplace. Moving to the next slide, here are the few topics that I will be covering in my presentation. There is very famous quote by Stephen R. Covey. Strength lies in differences, not in similarities. It highlights the importance of embracing diversity. It suggests that our collective power is enhanced when we value and utilize the unique qualities and perspectives that each individual brings rather than trying to conform to a single standard or viewpoint. The next part is the abstract. The purpose of study aims to identify the factors that influence the inclusion of differently able individuals in the workplace through a comprehensive analysis. The methodology I used is mixed method approach that combines the in-depth interviews, focus group discussion, and surveys from various industries in the Delhi or NCR region. Findings is preliminary result indicate key drivers affecting workplace inclusion of differently able people. The limitation of the research may have sample biases, self-reporting biases that affect the generalizability and accuracy of the findings. In this slide, we are going to talk about diversity and inclusivity in the workplace, how it become crucial pillar of modern organizations looking to foster a culture of equality and respect for all employees. Imagine a world where everyone has an equal opportunity to work, contribute, and succeed regardless of their abilities. That's the world we aspire to create. The World Health Organization tells us that about 50% of the people globally have some form of disability. This is a significant portion of our population that possesses a wealth of talent and potential. Despite legislative protection such as American with Disability Act in the United States, yet many of these individuals face barriers to employment and their fully participation in the workplace. These barriers can range from physical obstacles to biases and a lack of support. So here our goal is to identify these challenges and find an effective way to overcome them by focusing on inclusivity and diversity. The next slide, literature review. Here are some of the authors whom we have referred to for understanding different key factors. The first author is Stephen and Johnson in 2023. Their paper explored various strategies for promoting inclusion, focusing on organizational policies, diversity training, and supportive environment. They highlight the importance of proactive measures by employers in creating inclusivity workplace and suggest avenue for future research in this area. The second author is Brown and Gracia in 2022. They identify factors like organizational culture and leadership support as a key to disability inclusion and also the impact of a government policies. The third author is Chen and Patel. In 2024, they examine barriers to inclusion such as stigma and lack of accommodation and suggest facilitators like accessible infrastructure and social support. The next author is Patel and Gracia. In 2024, they explored the concept of disability and what was the impact of positive culture and strategies for fostering inclusive climate through leadership and employee engagement. The last author is Nagyun and Junction in 23. They look at approaches like disability awareness training and mentoring programs to improve recruitment and inclusion practices. After the analyzing different works, the hypothesis formulation we have curated to withstand in our research paper are our first hypothesis H1 question the relationship between inclusive organizational policies and actual inclusion of differently able individuals in the workplace. Here we are exploring if these policies are just on paper or if they truly make a difference. The second hypothesis H2 challenge the assumption that positive attitude toward disability correlate with workplace inclusion. We investigating if good intention are enough or if there are other factors at play. The third hypothesis, H3, dwells into the significance of physical accessibility in the workplace. We are examining if the ramps, elevator, and other accommodation are pivotal for the inclusion. Whereas H4 hypothesis considers the impact of leadership commitment to diversity and inclusion. And finally, H5 hypothesis evaluate the effectiveness of disability awareness training programs. Here we determine if these initiatives foster an inclusive environment or if they are merely a formality. These hypotheses aim to uncover the complex dynamics of workplace inclusion for differently able individuals and guide future organizational strategies. So our goal is to move beyond compliance and toward genuine inclusion. Then in this slide, the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion and belongings in the workplace. The first importance is the increasing retention rate. When people feel they belong, they are less likely to leave. A study shows that 40% of those with a strong sense of belonging rarely think about changing jobs, compared to those just 5% of who don't feel they belong. The second is improving productivity. Employees work best when they feel safe and supported. 45% of workers with a sense of belonging are at their most productive versus only 6% with a low sense of belonging. Improving biases awareness. Implementing DEIB initiative in the workplace helps to make everyone more aware of unconscious biases, whether it's during the recruitment process, when giving raises and promotion, or in performance review and more. Whereas the last, the broadening your talent pool. With transparency online, candidates can easily learn about a company's culture. A strong DEIB commitment can attract more applicants, especially from younger generations. These importance emphasize that fostering a workplace where everyone feels included not only create a better environment for employee, but also benefits the organization as a whole. These are the drivers that encourage the inclusion of differently able individuals in the workplace. employee well-being and engagement. The next is legal requirement and compliance. The next one is the talent acquisition and retention, business case for diversity and inclusion, corporate social responsibility, innovation and adaptability are the diverse that emphasize the importance of creating a supportive and inclusive workplace of differently able individuals, which benefit both employee and the organization. Research methodology. For our study, we have used both qualitative and quantitative data. The qualitative data is gathered through in-depth interviews and focus group discussion with differently able employees, human resource professionals, and organization leaders across various industries, while convenience sampling is used to collect quantitative data via Google Form from both differently able and non-differently able employees to gauge a perception and experience related to workplace inclusion. Factors we have extracted for our studies are organization policies and practices, attitude and perception, accessibility and accommodations, leadership and organization, training and education. We are still collecting more data for analysis. So far on the data we have collected, we have performed a pilot study which gave a satisfactory result when tested for reliability. The last, the result and conclusion. To conclude our research work, the result of the quantitative data are organization policy. About 75% of organizations have formal policy to support differently able employees, but only 40% of employees know about these policies. This shows a gap in communication. Whereas workplace accessibility, the average rating for accessibility is 3.8 out of 5, which is a moderate. However, there are concerns about specific area like restroom and technology. The next is employee satisfaction and well-being. 60% of differently able employees are happy with their job roles, but only 30% feel fully supported by colleagues and supervisors, indicating a need for more supportive work environment. These findings highlight the need for better policy awareness, improved accessibility, and stronger support system in the workplace from differently able individuals. The following are the limitations that we face in conducting research in different areas. In academic institution, we face resource constraint, time constraint, access to participants, public pressures, while as limitation for conducting research in Delhi NCR region, we face logistical challenges, cultural and language diversity, socio-economic disparities, ethical consideration, and data quality and validity. These research paper has been given for reference from which I've taken an insight in the field and helped me to understand the issues that pertaining. As we wrap up, let's remember the core insight we have discussed today. We have seen the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging in the workplace and how they contribute to a more vibrant and productive environment. We have explored the drivers that encourage the inclusion of differently able individuals, while our results and conclusion point toward actionable steps we can take to bridge gaps and foster a truly inclusive culture. So carry these learnings forward and work together to create a workplace where everyone feels valued and empowered. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like Arushi Handa to present her presentation.
Before that, we are just being joined by Dr. Chitra. She is the panelist. I request the IT team to kindly make Dr. Chitra as the panelist. Dr. Chitra, I'm audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah.
We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, dear. Thank you so much.
Dr. Chitra, we can start with your feedback for the first presentation.
Okay, so this paper, Tanisha, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Tanisha, just I have just one query regarding this. This paper is basically from the PhD part, or it's a fresh research which you have done, as in a part of a research paper or something?
And we have taken the help of the secondary data also from the research paper, and we have also conducting research on ground also.
It's a basically it's a part of a PhD or something. You are a student or faculty or.
Ma'am, I'm a student.
Okay, okay. So you were saying that you have taken the secondary data. So from where exactly you have collected the secondary data?
Ma'am, from the reference, the paper I have shown in the slides.
Literature review. So that was something as an open sources or something, that data which is already present from the industry, or as in research paper data, or especially you're focusing, as you have mentioned, there is a several variables you have taken for your research part. So those variable or secondary data, especially you're focusing, so from where those variables came, as in how exactly those can be taken as in your main variables?
Ma'am, I have conducted some Google form research also from the students
No,
itself.
I'm talking about, Tanisha. I'm asking about the variables which you have taken, as you said, that organization part and several different variables you have taken. So
Yes,
those variables you have selected from, as you are saying, that secondary data for analysis and
Ma'am, these
literature review for
variables,
your variables.
these variables, when I read through the paper, research paper of different authors, I analyze the gap. Then from there, I taken these data.
Okay. So what is the sample size you're actually going for the collection? Data
From the academic also, we have conducted some pilot studies for that.
Number. I'm asking about the total number of.
Total number of 10. We have conducted 10 academic institution research.
10 academic institutions.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the sample size? Overall number of research, the number of data you're going to collect, a total number.
Total number.
So it's just as in a 10 institutions you are going to consider.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So it's an academic institution, or what exactly? It's in a which industry you're?
It's an academic institution.
Academic institution. Okay. So Tanisha, just tell me, as you're talking about the academic institution, what exactly is the diversity inclusion policies normally you have found out from your research that in academic institution presently we have?
Ma'am, from the academic, we have find that there are several limitations also regarding research we have conducting.
I'm asking about the diversity inclusion policies.
Diversity inclusion policies.
Yes.
And organizational policies. We have surveyed for the organization policies. And how well the employees are satisfied from that policies.
Okay. Okay. Chal. Thank you so much, Tanisha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Chitra, for your valuable comments. Now we will move forward to the next presentation. I would request the Master of Ceremony to call the next participant.
Yeah, so next, I would like to invite Arushi Handa to present your paper.
Arushi, you can start with the presentation, dear.
Good evening. Am I visible and audible to everyone?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes, you are visible.
Great. Greetings, everyone. I'm Arushi Handa, and I will be presenting on unveiling the antecedents and corollaries of diverse work teams. In the McKinsey Insights of 2018, analysts predict that diversity and its importance in the global international marketing climate will soar geometrically in the future due to the growing increase in population demographics. As Robinson, Fenwick, and Lip said in their 2002 paper, it is essential for organizations to focus on diversity and explore the holistic inclusion because diversity has the potential of yielding greater productivity and competitive advantages. In today's interconnected, rapidly evolving business environment, organizations are increasingly recognizing diversity as a strategic necessity. So research suggests that diverse work teams, they possess greater potential to foster innovation, enhance problem-solving capabilities, and drive organizational performance. However, realizing these benefits requires a nuanced understanding of how diversity manifests between teams and how it can be effectively leveraged to harness its full potential. My paper on diverse work teams, a product of secondary data analysis, is a small contribution to the current body of research on diverse work teams. Starting off with literature review. The first one, cultural diversity at work. This paper delves into theory about the conditions under which cultural diversity enhances or detracts from work group functioning. Second, beyond relational demography. So these authors, they propose surface level and deep level diversity dimensions in their paper. Third, facing the differences with an open mind. They propose a theoretical logic behind the twofold contextual determinants of the effects of diversity. Fourth, recognizing the benefits of diversity. Their focus is on elucidating the factors that influence the relationship between diversity and group performance, providing valuable insights for organizations seeking to leverage the benefits of a diverse workforce. Leadership in organizations. So UK suggested that managing teams requires leadership that is centered around two features, namely A, defining a clear vision for the future, and B, empowering team members to lead the process towards goal attainment themselves. Lastly, prospects and challenges of workplace diversity in modern day organizations. This paper presents the critical issues currently impacting on workplace diversity in modern day organizations. It has highlighted the various prospects and challenges of workplace diversity. This research paper involves, a comprehensive exploration of the significance, challenges, and potential benefits associated with diverse work teams. The paper started off with the following research questions in mind. 1, comprehending teamwork in the contemporary organizational setting. 2, briefly discussing the relationship between diversity and inclusion. 3, understanding diverse work teams. 4, highlighting the factors which impact the functioning of diverse work teams. And 5, unveiling the ways in which diverse work teams contribute to overall organizational success. Let's start by understanding what exactly work teams are. So Eli and Thomas, in their 2001 paper, they say that contemporary work organizations, they recognize the importance of collaboration and effective teamwork in achieving their objectives. Teams bring together individuals with diverse skills, knowledge, and expertise to work towards a common goal. In the composition of those teams, the articulation of diversity as a feature, it has gained considerable attention from researchers who consistently report its sterling impact on the effectiveness of team outcomes. What are diverse work teams? The generally accepted definition of diversity refers to differences between individuals or any attributes that may lead to the perception that another person is different from self. Talking of diversity and inclusion, diversity should be supported by inclusion, which means offering equal access and opportunity to all employees and getting rid of discrimination and intolerance. Inclusion in the context of an organization would lead to, a creation of an environment in which all individuals are treated fairly, respectfully, they have equal access to opportunities, resources, etc. So they may contribute to organization success. The benefits of a diverse workforce can be realized when the workplace is inclusive and it supports everyone to achieve their best. Achieving an inclusive workplace that drives performance, innovation, productivity requires inclusive leadership. Leading me to my next bit on factors affecting diverse work teams. Understanding the intricate factors that influence to diverse work teams is paramount for organizations seeking to optimize their performance and fully utilize the benefits of a diverse workforce. Organizational goals and strategies drive the formation of diverse work teams. Leaders play a pivotal role in fostering inclusivity within organizations, with actions and behaviors accounting for up to 70% of an individual's sense of inclusion. Inclusive leadership, it embodies visible commitment, humility, awareness of bias, etc. Yuki in his 2010 paper emphasizes the importance of leadership in providing direction and empowering team members. According to Greenleaf, we also discover something called servant leadership, which emphasizes serving others. Moreover, this type of leadership has been found to mitigate the negative impact of diversity-related conflicts and enhance team resilience in the face of challenges. Cox and Vermeulen, in their 2004 paper, also emphasized the significance of team leaders in navigating the complexities of diverse teams, highlighting their role in fostering cohesion, resolving conflicts, and promoting effective communication. Mullen and Cooper in 1994 say that cohesiveness is also considered to be the resultant forces which are acting on members to stay in a team. So cohesiveness influences how the team connects, defines member motivation about being part of the team. Cohesion stands as a pivotal determinant of work group performance. Conflict management. Conflict management skills are integral to the success of diverse work teams, as effective resolution of disagreements can significantly impact team dynamics and performance. Company culture. Cox and Blake 1991 talk about how company culture profoundly influences the functioning of diverse work teams by shaping norms, behaviors, and attitudes related to several factors: inclusivity, communication, collaboration, leadership, learning, etc. Diverse work teams and their impact on overall organizational success. So according to McKinsey and Company, innovation and creativity are catalyzed by workplace diversity. Now, how does a diverse work team lead to organizational success? First and foremost, diverse work teams, they promote innovation and creativity. The advantages of diverse perspectives between teams are widely recognized, grounded in the premise that they bring a broader pool of viewpoints and knowledge to fore, which is particularly beneficial for creative tasks. Leading me to my second point, it helps avoid groupthink. Clifton's book on groupthink tells us how groupthink hampers decision-making processes by suppressing alternate viewpoints, leading to a narrowed thinking, resulting in poor decisions and missed opportunities. Diverse work teams can also have complementary skill sets. Diverse teams can also increase the attractiveness of companies and organizations to potential business partners, collaborators, and society at large. According to Robinson and Richon, companies with a diverse workforce and corporate inclusion can bolster their attractiveness to future employees and clients. McKinsey and Company, in their Why Diversity Matters paper, also suggest that such diversity, it can strengthen customer orientation and improve target marketing and advertising. Etsy and Griffin, in their 1995 paper, also talk about how diverse perspectives, experiences, culture, gender, age of employees can bring a fresh outlook towards the workplace. Diverse work teams are also smarter as they tend to focus more on facts. They process information more carefully. In conclusion, the symbiotic relationship between diversity and organizational success underscores the indispensable role of diverse work teams in the modern organizational landscape. As businesses navigate intricate global markets, they embrace the richness of diverse workforces. A profound comprehension of diversity within teams emerges as a strategic imperative. I also have attached a few of my references that I took for the paper here. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Very good presentation, Ayushi.
Thank you, sir.
Over to Dr. Chitra, your observations.
Okay, Arushi, good presentation. The only one suggestion which I have, I think you have done entire theoretical concept, which basically you can find out somewhere in the different places in the Google and all. When you're doing or when you're actually preparing a research papers and all, it's a just suggestion that you can go with the quantitative or a qualitative, that go for some case study based analysis if you are not into the position of a quantitative kind of analysis which you can go forward. But it's better you go with some kind of a qualitative analysis, or maybe the case based analysis if you will do, that will be basically give more, that add value to your paper. Okay, so it's a just suggestion that in further process of your preparation of this paper, if you can add on some case studies or some good case analysis you can do, or you can develop some case based paper or case based that research thing in your further procedure of this research part.
Yes, ma'am. This is still a developing paper. With the help of my teacher, ma'am Rashmi, I will work on this. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your feedback. Now I would like Swagya to present her paper.
Please allow Arman to share the screen. He will share the screen.
Arman is not there, dear. Swagya, you can start with your presentation. Swagya, are you there?
Yes, sir. So he's my team partner. He will share and we'll both give the presentation.
For that, okay. So he can share, dear. He can share. He is a panelist. He can share.
Can you see my screen?
Yes. So Gyan Araman, you can proceed with your presentation.
A very, very good evening, sir and ma'am. This is Swagyan Araman. Our topic is unveiling diverse extracurriculars and their linkage with academic performance. As we all know, how much is the importance of academic performance for a student? While there are various factors that can influence academic performance of a student, like hard work, prior knowledge, attendance, examination marks, etc., while one of the unexplored factor is participation in extracurricular activities. That's why we thought of exploring more about this topic. Also, we have used the word diverse extracurriculars in our topic. This is because we got numerous research papers like Castello 2023, Mishra 2023, A. King 2021, that explore the relationship between extracurriculars and academic performance. Here we found the research gap that there is no such papers that talk the impact of participating in diverse extracurriculars comprehensively. So our paper divides extracurriculars into three broad categories of clubs, that is sports and athletics club, academic related clubs, artistic and creative clubs. Here are the research objectives. First, to understand the concept of academic performance and extracurricular activities. Second, to understand the impact of participating in these three clubs on academic performance comprehensively. Now let's discuss the literature review. First one is academic performance. According to S. Mascood 2019, academic performance refers to the degree to which a student meets its short-term or long-term educational goals. This is typically reflected on a student's report card in the term of SGPA or CGPA. As per Lamar's 2015, academic performance aims to attain an educational goal by acquiring new knowledge and skills to extend personal development. While IOAA 2022 mentions strong academic attainment and skill set are strongly linked to favorable outcomes in the job market and higher education pursuits. The second one is extracurricular activities. According to Manas Agarwal 2023, participating in extracurricular activities is an excellent way to showcase skills which can help a student to become a better candidate. As per Wilson 2012, extracurricular activities are organized and voluntary activities that involve students outside of their regular academic curriculum. On the other hand, Christian 2013 mentions that these activities provide a platform for students to connect with like-minded peers and get involved in positive social groups that encourage them to make good choices in life. The third one is the linkage between extracurricular and academic performance. According to Anjum 2021, participating in extracurricular activities positively impacts students' academic performance, behavior, exam scores, attendance, and self-esteem. That leads to a more successful student life. According to H. Mars 2002, these activities have also been beneficial in boosting academic achievement even if they are not related to academic subjects.
So now we'll come to the hypothesis. Hypothesis one states that that the sports and athletic clubs have significant association with academic performance, as sports and athletic clubs significantly impact students' academic performance. Hypothesis 2. As you know, the research shows that students participating in academic clubs tend to have higher grades, better motivation, and confidence in their academic abilities. These clubs help develop research, critical thinking, communication, and teamwork skills, positively impacting academic performance. Thus, hypothesizes our second hypothesis that focuses on academic related clubs and their potential impact on academic performance. Lastly, our third hypothesis, in which the research indicates that the involvement in artistic and creative clubs positively impacts academic performance, with students exhibiting higher grades, GPAs, and better attendance record, which hypothesizes our third hypothesis that explores the topic of artistic and creative groups, which suggests that there is a strong correlation between them and academic performance. This is the conceptual model that was proposed, and this is being inspired from the social ecological theory that was proposed by Une Braun Febrenner in 1979 that focused on how social interaction influences child development. The model aims to examine the assessment of extracurricular activities associated with academic performance. So now we come to the methodology. We used content analysis as our methodology that was used to analyze the qualitative data. We conducted focus group discussion in which 5 focus group and 10 students were there in each focus group. This systematic approach provided a comprehensive understanding of the research under investigation. With focus group discussion, we are now able to frame questions for questionnaire, and we have already done the qualitative analysis. Now we'll be proceeding to quantitative analysis. Findings and the conclusions. The study found a strong positive association between academic clubs and the academic performance, while a negative association was found between sports and athletic clubs and academic performance. Also, there was no significant association between creative and artistic clubs and academic performance. Thus, the study emphasizes the importance of promoting diverse extracurricular activities in colleges to provide a well-rounded experience and encourage students to make informed decisions. And lastly, the limitations that, as you know, that we quantitative analysis was not done to analyze the hypothesis, and due to the subjective assessment of textual material involved in content analysis, biasness may be there. That's all from our side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Swagya and I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you so much, Swagya and Ariman, for the lovely presentation. Over to Dr. Chitra.
Okay. Swagya, this topic is really very interesting one as sports and all, because nowadays we are actually focusing on these areas only. The only question is, as in the last part, I was looking at your hypothesis and your results and all. You have mentioned there is no quantitative study. There was no analysis. How exactly you come up with the findings of your this entire hypothesis then?
Ma'am, we conducted focus group discussion with students in which we conducted 5 focus group discussion in which in each focus group 10 students were there. We
Okay.
took students for survey and
Okay.
ma'am, we interacted with them and with that discussion we came up with the judgment. And for now we have met up with our questionnaire and we will proceed to quantitative analysis. But ma'am, for now we have just done with qualitative analysis.
Okay. So it's in a process.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a working paper. Okay. Okay then. Good. Continue.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chitra, for your
Thank you, ma'am,
valuable
for your
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your feedback. Now I would invite Tanya Singh to present your paper.
Tanya, we can start with your presentation.
Sir Sanidhya is sharing his screen. He is my teammate.
Okay.
So the topic for our presentation is the pervasive influence of gender discrimination in the recruitment process, a systematic inspection. Abstract, gender discrimination in recruitment remains a significant global issue that hinders individual opportunities. This abstract provides a concise overview of a comprehensive comparative research study examining gender discrimination during the selection process, including its causes, consequences, and potential solutions. Methodology. The study embarks on an odyssey of inquiry, charting a course through the turbulent waters of gender discrimination with the bold and audacious mixed method approach. By seamlessly intertwining the rich tapestry of qualitative data analysis with the robust pillars of quantitative data analytics, this research harnesses the synergistic power of both methodologies to unveil the hidden truths lurking beneath the surface. A vertebral cornucopia of perspectives is brought forth as a diverse and elective panel of participants comprising community stalwarts and intrepid job seekers, astute recruiters, and seasonal human resource professionals converge to other serious spacious insights. Talking about the findings, let's talk first about job advertisements. The first one is biased language for favoring males. Job advertisements may use language that implicitly or explicitly favors male candidates, such as using masculine pronouns and emphasizing traits typically associated with men. Stereotypical gender roles. Advertisements may reinforce traditional gender roles by specifying certain job requirements or expectations that align more with societal expectations for men or women. Fewer opportunities for females. Women may encounter fewer job opportunities due to discriminatory language or requirements in job advertisements, limiting their access to certain roles or industries. Interview process, biased language favoring males. During interviews, biased language uh, sorry for the inconvenience. Interview process, biased language favoring males. During interviews, biased language or questioning may occur that unconsciously favors male candidates or makes it more difficult for female candidates to present themselves effectively. Stereotypical gender roles. Interviews may assess candidates based on stereotypes about gender roles, leading to unfair evaluations decisions. Fewer opportunities for females. Females candidates may face barriers such as biased questioning or unequal treatment during interviews, resulting in fewer job offers or lower positions. Job offers, unequal salary offers for equal roles. Despite having equal qualifications and experience, female candidates may receive lower salary offers compared to their male counterparts, perpetuating gender wage gaps. Limited negotiation opportunities for females. Women may encounter challenges in negotiating their salaries or benefits, leading to disparities in compensation and opportunities for advancement. Overall, structural gender inequalities. These findings highlight systematic issues within recruitment process. This disadvantage women and perpetuate gender disparities in the workforce. By perpetuating organizational cultures that tolerate or perpetuate gender bias contribute to the persistence of inequality in hiring practices. Need for systematic change. These findings underscore the urgency of implementing systematic changes to address gender bias in recruitment and promote fairness and equality in employment opportunities.
Thank you very much. So I hope I am clearly audible and visible. The remaining part of the presentation will be presented by me, that is Ashutosh Bhushan. I'm from BB International IBS. So am I clearly audible?
Yeah, Ashutosh, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. So the consequences of gender bias in hiring, there are three kinds of consequences. The first one is individual, then comes organizational, and then comes societal, that is. So, for the individual, there can be lower wage positions, limited promotional prospects, pervasive job dissatisfaction, reduced career advancement, and mental health impacts. So, for an individual, the consequences are associated with the organization only, but the problems and all the further consequences are being faced by the individual itself. Like, for example, lower salary, lower wages, and all, and their career advancement, job dissatisfaction. These are the major problems, and hence all these problems create a mental health issue with the individual. For the organizational perspective, we have the talent drain. It's There is also a term used, brain drain, for a country. It's like that only for an organization. When the talented and intelligent people, especially the females or anyone who is facing discrimination, is gone out, leaves the organization, gets job somewhere else where they can do profit for the organization, do welfare it well there, and hence the organization which they wherever they initially faces a failure. This is something which needs to be solved. There is diversity deficit, as because of diverse culture, people have to respect cross cultural differences. Decrease productivity. If more and more individuals, just because of gender discrimination, are facing issues and leave the organization gradually lowers down. The productivity lowers down, and hence, if the productivity is down, it causes a negative reputation, and also it causes some legal problems as well. Some employer might complain against the organization. The societal consequences. This widens the gender pay gap. We can see that in our daily societies where we live, we can see that the salary gap, the daily wage gap between the male and female are quite higher, and this even broadens. And this is the problem: the reinforcement of stereotypes. This is a fact we all must deny for that women have been facing gender discrimination, but this is a stereotype. This was like earlier, but now since this society is we are developing a modern society, we need to rebuild our thought processes. And economic equality is something like this only, and social unrest is also a consequence, one of the consequences of gender discrimination only. If females feel that they are not being treated equally, there will be a social unrest, and it causes long-term societal damage. Just 1 minute. Yeah. So there then comes the solution. The solution can be gender neutral job positions, where wherever interviews are being taken and job positions are being offered, there can be some gender neutral positions where the job isn't inclined toward directly or indirectly towards any particular individual, any particular caste, religion, sex, or even or gender. Any kind of a discrimination is not done in terms of hiring or selection process. Even the companies which use AI tools, for example, Amazon, Google, where they hire using AI tools, the AI all their algorithms have to be programmed in a way that that they're not coded to know the difference between the male and the female or any sort of discrimination. They just need to know the individual and their skills. And hence, if this is inclusive in an oriented organization, cultures, cross cultures, genders, and all that, then gradually organizations will learn how to avoid gender discrimination in the recruitment process, and then we can move on for a brighter future. So the conclusion in the final analysis, abstract serves a clearing call to action or rallying cry for change in the face of adversity. So this is a term there can be a term which can be extracted out of it, the adversity due to diversity, because of all this diverse environment, which not only restricts itself to gender only, it has multiple factors where people have been facing gender discrimination due to multiple factors and have been facing them since a long time. So they can be workshop organized, equality organizations can start a course towards the bright tomorrow. They can perform courses and workshops for their employees to make them learn the importance of avoiding gender discrimination and hiding the talent based on their skills. And then gradually, if the results are positive, uh, people will gradually learn how to avoid such things, and then it will be beneficial for the future and our society and country as well. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ashutosh and Tanya. Very good presentation. Over to Dr. Chitra and Dr. Shweta for your observations.
Okay, so good presentation. The only thing is, please work more on the research-based paper because it's a completely theoretical kind of a paper which you have presented. So I request you, please work on more into the more analytical kind of a thing which you can basically go with the maybe interview-based or maybe case-based or any kind of a research quantitative analysis which you can do with your paper, which can add value to your paper. So that's as in a suggestion which you can go with or further mold your paper. Thank you.
Dr.
Thank
Shweta, any
you so
observations?
much, Dr. Chitra.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for your feedback. Now I will invite Mamta Tiwari to present your paper.
Very good evening, everyone. Is my laptop visible?
Yeah,
Is my
your
slide
screen
visible?
is visible. You're audible. You can start with the
Thank
presentation.
you. A very good evening to everyone. So the topic of the paper that I'll be presenting today is job satisfaction and organization commitment for the employee inclusion as predictors of work-life balance and affecting employee engagement in the automobile sector particularly. So the sequence of the presentation would be the introduction, need, problem statement, the objective, the ROL, research methodology, and results. If we talk about the challenges which are there in any sector, particularly in the manufacturing sector as well, it is very competitive and as well as customer centric. And with the advancement of the technology that have come to keep the employees happy, productive, and sustain them with the skill set required and the commitment and in the work life behavior is very important. So this paper works not only on the survival factor to understand how to sustain an engaged workforce with the work life balance.
The paper present is depending on the previous research orientation. It is a survey-based approach and employees working in the automobile sector to how they can be more committed towards their work, and as well as on the same time they can be satisfaction in their job. The results that have come also indicates that there is a balance in the planned job satisfaction and developing a higher organization commitment if there is a strong sense of belongingness in the organization and they are more attached to the workforce. The keywords that are used are employee engagement, work inclusion, job satisfaction, commitment, and automobile industry. If we see that what is the need of the study, so work-life balance is a very important keyword which has come in today's scenario. Now, this predicts the organization financial health as well as the profitability. We also see that the engagement and productivity will influence the social cohesion, the trust factor, and the communication which are happening in any organization. Also, as per various papers that have been studied, the paper said that if there is a better communication and work-life balance, then the leadership also see that the employee performance is improved. There is a positive impact on the organization commitment, and the organization, the person is fit and perceived in terms of the organizational behavior, in terms of strong detriments to the employment engagement. We see that high level of engagement. These are the various papers that have come which shows that yes, this is very important, and in terms of normative, effective, and continuous, these studies needed. This is the review of the literature. There are various papers. Now if we take the first variable as the work life balance, which is the dependent variable, it is a form of satisfaction that comes in the individual in terms of their life balance in the work, which is implemented at any organization, though it does not have a very particular definition, but yes, it generates more moral values and carrying out the duties and obligations. This is as per the paper which has been referred here. Now it is also understood to affect organization resource, whether in terms of personal as well as professional domain, because now we see that after COVID also, when we are sitting pan across the various sectors and industries, we do work from home, but then also what kind of efficiency there in terms of work life balance. Organization also keep on exploring the other factors which help in technical as well as the work environment factors. With the help of various STATA and EQS programs, there has been found a strong relationship, and various management policies and work outplays have also come. If we talk about the work-life balance in terms of organizational commitment, which is the other moderator, we see that there is a mediated relationship in the job satisfaction, and there's a commitment of works which not only depends on the age, but also on the external factors, as in the futuristic society and safety perspective. Now we see that the commitment and the organizational culture which is there is also very important in work as various sectors, as in the healthcare professionals. So this is not very sector specific, though our study is automobile sector, but in various other sectors also this is very relevant. The other review which we have done is the workplace equity and employment engagement, which gives equal significance on the social learning concepts for the organizational success. And there are various causal mechanism and commitment which results in these. Now, this is the thematic research model that has come, and this questionnaire was floated. It is on the 7-point Likert scale, from strongly agree to strongly disagree. And then we have survey, which consisted of 16 items in the 300, the samples is with 300. And there were almost 4 organizations, particularly in the automobile sector only. And there were 6 forms which are rejected. The data was analyzed through our software, and we did the SEM analysis. So the study, the conceptual relationship shows that work-life balance is related to job satisfaction as is visible. Again, work-life balance is related to organizational work commitment, that is through various literatures also we saw. Now this in turn is related to the employment engagement which is happening in the organization. And again, work organization commitment is also related to the employee engagement. So the hypothesis one was work-life balance is dependent on, has an impact on the job satisfaction. Work-life balance has an impact on the work and organizational commitment. The job satisfaction has an impact on employee engagement, and again, work organization commitments has an effect on the employee engagement. If we see the validity and the reliability which we tested, so the Cronbach alpha was calculated, and in all this values that have come, it came with an accepted threshold value of 0.7. For the test of validity of each item, the confirmatory CFA was done, and various tables I'll be presenting subsequently. And then variables which are there are above 0.75, which shows that, and also the constructor 0.5. So the verification and the discriminative model suggests that by Fondel and Lacker. The values are the AV values, and for each other then is also greater than 0.6 and 0.5. And then the CFA model sees that shows that the chi-square upon DF is also 0.9524, which is more than 0.90. And the root mean square is also 0.0863, which is less than 0.1. So the error is very less. So these are the results that have come. If we see the 4 variables that we have shown in the this model. So work-life balance, job satisfaction is JSS, and then WOC, and then EE. So these are the various factors. So they were coded, and then loadings that have come, as I said, they are all they are all more than 0.75 or 0.7. 95%, 94, or 88 and 87. Again, the AV that comes is 0.69, 0.68, 0.6, and the reliability is also on the high side. So this is just the this is the confirmatory factor analysis. And then if we see that in the bar graph formation, it is this. If we talk about the SEM, so we saw that beta value was 0.32. So the various hypotheses that we saw. So the beta value that has come is 0.329 for the hypothesis 1, which says that work-life balance is impacting the job satisfaction. Beta values for work-life balance to work organization is 0.20. And then for job satisfaction to employment is 0.55, and for the last one is 0.15. And the standard error that have come at this, and the probability curve, which is 95 above 95%, are coming as 0.001, 0.0029, 0.001, and 0.0152. So this all these value indicates that the hypothesis can be accepted. These are the results that have come on this, that internally they are related, as in the workforce engagement to job satisfaction 0.329, this to workforce engagement as 0.204, then employment engagement 0.159, again this, and they enter the various factors inside this, the variables inside this. The relation is also shown over here. So the CFA model, the confirmatory factor analysis, also shows that it is 3. If we see 363 divided by 105, which is in between 3, which is in the limits as per this paper, which on all at 1977, then 0.94, which is coming for confirmatory factor index, which is 0.94, and again for the root mean square, which is less than 0.1, very much less than 1. So the error, the approximity of error is less. So we see that in various papers also, these are the various references, the papers that have come, that organization strength, work culture, and resulting organization outcome is a multidimensional factor which affects the work-life balance. So various dimensions that have come. The geographical boundaries are also not affected when it comes to job satisfaction, because like now, as I said, that we are working in various MNCs, and still these geographical boundaries don't affect us much. And then similar kind of studies was conducted in Indonesia, in which the demographic, this is another paper that has come, in which the demographic factors that were affected, they were taken care by the motivational policies by the organization. It is also seen that it is different approaches in different age groups that are there, because the workforce is heterogeneous from from the trainees which are there to the middle management to the higher management that are there. And how work life, it helps in a contented work life, paper in 2012. And irrespective, as I said, of the industry side of the demography, this is applicable in other sectors as well. And then the balance strategy on the flexibility, compatibility, and high customization, we need to see that work life balance is there in the strategy of any organization. So this study is in line with the support of the previous researchers that are there on the work-life balance and job satisfaction. And we see that they are strong predictors of the performance of the of the employee engagement, which is happening, and they help in in keeping the employee resilience in terms of the various unforeseen circumstances that comes in any organization, in terms of resilience building in them, and in terms of customer management also. So that's all. Thank you so much. And these are some of the references that are there. That's all.
Very beautiful presentation.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Dr. Chitra,
Wonderful presentation. Just one thing I want to know, ma'am, that you have mentioned that questionnaires and all. Na? Just I want to know whether those questionnaires, questions which you have circulated on the 7-point Likert scale, those were existing one, or you people have actually designed it and done some kind of a pilot study?
Actually, ma'am, so it is a mixed of both, if I tell you, because some of the reference papers that I have taken, majority of the questions were from there. Some of the questions we have designed are for the automobile sector particularly.
So you have done pilot study for that?
Yes. So
Okay.
actually, this part was done with my colleague. I work in the construction sector. She works in automobile. So that was the pilot study was in the automobile sector only.
Okay, okay, because the validity is required
Yes,
before.
yes, absolutely correct. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. Anushka, please go
Yeah.
ahead with the next
Now
one.
I would invite Chavi Tiwari to present your paper.
I don't think okay, Dr. Chavi is here. I could not see her in the panel thing. You go ahead with the next one.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Now I would invite Bhanishika De to present her paper. Bhanishika De, are you there?
Let's move to the next, Anushka.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Now I would invite Rakesh Kumar Jha to present his paper.
Yes, welcome, Dr. Rakesh. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'm Rakesh Kumar here, research scholar in MIT University, here. Today I'm going before presenting. Let me just share. Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
So I'm going to present my paper on systematic literature review and bibliometric analysis on the role of derivative in risk management in the iron and steel sector. The flow of the presentation is introduction, objective, research methodology and design, bibliometric analysis, discussion analysis, challenges and opportunities, conclusion. So in the introductory section, why iron and steel sector? Iron and steel sector is such an important and strategic sector for any country's development. In fact, it is used as a barometer for economic development, and it is also used as a proxy for economic development of any nation. And it is widely used commodity that is found in anybody's home, and everybody is using in any in multiple form in their daily life. And it's got very wide industrial applications also, so that makes it very strategic commodity and metal industry. Then the volatility of the market prices, that was the second important thing why we chose this topic, is that basically in making iron and steel, the key raw materials that are used are iron ore and the coking coal, and both are highly volatile. The prices of the iron ore has moved from $20 to $180 per metric ton. So in the year from 1980 to 2010-11, then again it has dropped to less than $40 by 2015, and again it has started rising again. Till the time of COVID, it was less than $40, and from there it has started again, and now it has crossed $200 per metric ton, and then again further, now currently hovering around $100 to $150 per metric ton. So due to such a nature of highly volatile commodity, which is because of the influence by the global demand, geopolitical events, and market participants speculation, and which is affecting its profitability and operational stability. The need for risk management. Due to the high price fluctuation, there is a significant need for the effective risk management of the iron and steel sector. And the risk management strategies to safeguard their asset and ensure the financial stability in the sector. What is the impact on the industry? So by employing or using different kind of derivatives, companies in the iron and steel sector can stabilize their operations and manage the different kind of financial risk and plan with greater certainty. The objective which we started with these papers are, the first objective is to investigate the risk management ecosystem in the commodity industry and how much they can be addressed through different kind of derivatives like futures, options, swaptions, and other derivatives present in the market. Then second objective is to analyze the role of derivative in the risk management for the commodity market with specific reference to the iron and steel industry. And the next is to explore the iron and steel industry and its risk associated with the industry, which influence the price and the trade volume. Next is to scrutinize the efficiency of the different derivative strategies in the commodity market and inferences for the iron and steel sector. To synthesize and summarize the existing body of knowledge globally regarding the derivatives in risk management in the commodity market and inferences for the iron and steel sector. And the last is to conduct a comprehensive bibliometric analysis on its studies focused on use of derivative for risk management in the iron and steel sector. So the research methodology that was used for systematic literature review was the PRISMA framework. In PRISMA framework, we for inclusion and exclusion criteria, we have included all the studies that were published between 2008 to 2024, and all published in the English language and available in the full text. In the exclusion, all books, chapter, and study in other languages have been excluded. The database used was the Science Direct as well as Google Scholar. And the keyword used for these studies was the derivative risk management and RNNC. So at the first stage, we found more than 7 lakh people. And then in the next stage, after removing the duplicates and the titles, 3,40,000, some 769 papers were remained. Then these were further reduced by excluding the papers based on the excess of the article. So non-access article have been removed from here. And after that, the next exclusion criteria, basically, based on the language and other, some 36,000 papers were finally selected. And out of these 37,000 papers, based on the relevancy of the work, we finally selected 76 papers, which have been used for the purpose of this research. So in the bibliometric analysis section, first is the publication trend. So as we see there in the initial year, from the 1990 to 2000, very few publications were there. They were in the single digit. And then from 2001 onward, they started rising, and they from 2010, around 2010-11, they reach to the level of 8,200. And in next few years, 2010 to 15, they remain between 1,800, and again they started rising from 2016 onwards. So currently, more than 150 papers are being published every year. Next is the keyword and the co-authorship analysis. With the keyword, we found that the most keywords are where, value at risk, and vector autoregraphy, neural network, large forecast. These are the most used frequently used words for the co-authors. Basically, the figure depict that information about the key authors, understanding their collaborative relationships that can be clearly seen from the pattern and their interaction with different authors. Then co-occurrence analysis. In co-occurrence analysis, these are the small table which is depicting how much different words are occurring in these papers. So forecasting, commerce, and time series and guard model, these are the mostly occurring words in these papers. The discussion and analysis key findings from the SLR. First is the effectiveness of the derivative. Derivatives, especially futures and options, have been found effective in hedging against the price volatility of the iron ore and coking coal in the iron and steel sector. Second is its strategic use. The company widely use derivative not only for the risk management, but also as a strategic tool for their financial planning and operations management and the value arrangement. Innovation and then the innovation and trends. Recently, studies have highlighted that the growing use of complex financial instruments and the integration of the advanced forecasting methods, models in the risk management. These instruments are widely being adopted by the industry. And what are the challenges and opportunities? Those will also come out. The first challenge is using the derivatives is because of their complexity complexity of the financial instrument and lack of expertise. So, by one of the research that these derivatives are the tool for mass transaction. It's also being quoted by Warren Buffett, who is the most renowned investor in the world. So that is why very to lack of expertise in the segment is there, and which makes it very complex. And the other thing is that according to the basically asset class, very few derivative products are available, which makes it further increases the further complexity and poses a hindrance in the effective risk management. Then what are the opportunities for in the sector? So advancement in the predictive analytics and the AI, like use of machine language and all this predictive modeling tools, we can enhance the derivative strategies, which can for precise through which we can offer the basically precise risk management and assessment. What are the future research directions are potential for integrating new technologies like AI and ML with traditional risk management tools, econometric models like IRIMA, GARCH, and ARCH to improve the efficiency and the effectiveness in the industry. Conclusion. The first conclusion basically is derivative is due to it has a very strategic role in the risk management, and these are essential for the financial stability and the operational planning in the iron and steel industry. The systematic literature review of the 76 study clearly reveals that the complexity of the price prediction of the key raw material iron ore and coking coal, and there is a high variability in these coking coal prices, which makes it further complicated and poses a difficulty in predicting the price of the key raw material. So therefore, there is a need for the robust hedging strategy to manage the price risk effectively. Next is technological advancement in the forecasting. The study also underlines the challenges of forecasting the commodity prices, the key commodity iron ore, coking coal, all this, advocating for the integration of the advanced technologies such as GARCH and GARCH family models, linear, nonlinear models, and the machine learning to enhance the predictive accuracy and the risk management. Then recommendation for the industry and policymakers. It is very pertinent to understand the dynamics of the iron and steel sector, and it's mandatory for all the stakeholders to so that they can effectively navigate the market challenges. So the need for ongoing research, particularly in the interconnectedness and the cross-hedging with other assets, is very critical for informed decision making and the sustainable industry growth. And so, the for future direction and consideration, the ongoing research and technological integration are crucial for developing more sophisticated risk management strategies in the sector. These are the few of the references that I have used for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rakesh. Well, we give the stage to Dr. Chitra. I have a quick question that while you were doing the bibliometric analysis, the papers from which you have picked up the concepts, they start from 2001 onwards. So do you think there's a cluster where more of interpretations are given from the latest findings, or a lot of them belong to the previous years?
Other than the publication trend, basically most all the drafts are from 2008 to 2024 on. These papers were included, other than the publication trend.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Chitra, please go ahead. Dr. Chitra, do you have a question? Oh, I think we can move ahead, Anushka.
Yes, ma'am. Now I invite Aman Kapoor to present his paper. Aman Kapoor, are you there?
Yeah, hello everyone.
Yes, yes.
Greetings from my side. I'm Aman Kapoor and I'm presenting the topic which is assessing sentiments and climate of LGBTQ plus inclusivity in corporate settings in Delhi NCR.
Yeah.
I'm a PhD scholar with ARBS. My guide is Dr. Shikhar Kapoor. I'm
Mhm.
working with a co-guide, Dr. Seema Sahai.
Mhm.
I'm working with BCG and leading the external collaboration for Pride Community itself with the expense controllership hat that I wear. So the purpose of the research paper is actually to find out the deviations. I'm sorry, I have just, I did not turn on my camera. So the purpose of the this research and the paper is to actually, find out the disparities between what is actually written in the document when it comes to the inclusivity policies, etc. In a corporate and versus what is actually done on grounds. So, and why LGBTQ plus and not DEI as a whole? Because I believe in a concept or a statement that everybody has the right to pick up the color from the rainbow. So that's the concept. The design and the methodology used for this research is the sentimental analysis with a qualitative and a quantitative methods to extract the data from people, considering it's a very very niche community. It is very difficult to actually reach out to people and find out people who can actually contribute to the entire research concept. Specifically, when I have a very skewed approach wherein I need to reach out to the corporates only. So, having said that, moving ahead, these are the research objectives, basically to examine the perceptions and practices of LGBTQ inclusiveness in corporate environment in Delhi NCR, and then navigate the disparities. I've already mentioned that what is written in the policies and versus what are the real experiences of the community members. Then try to provide the practical solutions of how we can improve the entire concept of inclusivity in the corporates. So the research methodology used is one that I have reached out to many. I tried reaching out to many people from the community to have an interview set up wherein I ask specific questions. This actually involves the sentiments, wherein more of subjectives and emotional aspect when answers were shared with me. With this, to actually know how they feel, what are the policies across the community. I've also done the survey. This survey precisely was done over approximately 300 corporates across 12 industries. But because I am actually concentrating on people who are part of the community, I realized that approximately 112 people were part of the community who actually answered to that survey. So also there are a few HR policies which were read through the course of this research. A limitation, given the delicate nature of this subject, the sample size limits to the generalization of findings to a broader population, because it was difficult for me to actually find out many people from the community. So I had to it's a niche kind of a research for me. And then because this involves sentiments and responses are subjective, so the strict experimental methodology is something which we cannot follow. So considering that every individual should have a freedom to choose their own color from the rainbows, the statement that I believe in inclusivity entails each individual with a specific group of feeling accepted, safe, valued, and empowered. So the idea of the paper is to propose a path forward to initiate the transition towards LGBTQ plus inclusive workplaces. This is a little journey that I had tried depicting since 1861 till 2018. Plus, going forward, I will be adding to the slide as well. And also, this is the still an evolving research paper, because there's too much of contribution that needs to go and too much of confidentiality agreements needs to be captured, etc., etc. So I'm a little conscious of not hurting the sentiments of the community members. So when it comes to results and findings, there are policies which are documented in the organizations. For example, diversity and inclusion policy, anti-discrimination policy, equal opportunity employment policies, harassment and bullying policies, and training and sensitization policies, programs which every corporate pretends that they are running, but actually there are disconnects. When we reached out to the community members, they say that yes, there is a policy, but there's a lack of commitment. People do not turn up to put enough emphasis on the policies and the rules which have been incorporated in these policies. There's a lack of enforcement when it comes to the anti-discrimination policies. Though we say there's an equal opportunity, but yes, there are biases in hiring and promotions. And yes, harassment cases were raised with no strict enforcement and awareness. And yes, trainings and sensitization programs were there, but not very efficient. With cultural norms, unconscious biases, fear of reappraisal, wherein people say that they hesitate to report the instances and harassment cases because they feel that there is a conscious retaliation from the peers and supervisors may come, which might not impact their promotions and progressions in the organization. So having said that, how I reached to these results and findings is basically the division of two sets. One is the survey with the quantitative approach, which I reached out to 300 approximately people, wherein I found out 112 only from the community members, the community members, and also the sentiment analysis. So these are the bases of my sentimental score, which reads the polarity rate between -1 to +1, whereas -1 is the very negative and +1 is the very positive. And objectivity and subjectivity scores, wherein 0 is the entire objective and 1 is entire subjective. And basically, objective has the factual information and subjective is the personal opinions, assumptions, and interpretations. So though humanly it was not possible to park all the questions in this presentation, I have picked up 3 very important questions which had enough weight for us to analyze the verbatim. So it reads, have you ever assessed any resources by your organization for the LGBTQ plus employees? The answers were the average sentiment score for this was -0.6, which is a slightly towards the negative. And when it comes to the subjectivity score, it was 0.7, which is highly subjective because too much of emotional aspect is involved in this. Because one, it's a specific person I'm asking to, they have their own experiences, maybe in the different organizations they are working with. Moving ahead, there's another question that I had asked, which reads, how inclusive do you find recruitment and promotional processes? Because for an organization, it's very important that their recruitment parameters are very, very highly well designed. For this also, 0.1755 is the sentiment score, which is mildly positive, not very positive. That means they have their subjectivity to it, and the emotional quotient is moderately subjective, which reads that yes, they have issues with that as well. So I've also quoted few of the statements given by people in this analysis. The third and the last question presented in this presentation is, what are the biggest gaps do you feel? So as per the gaps, again, it's slightly negative, but moderately subjective. Again, typically the entire sentiment analysis is actually is driven by the sentiments of the individuals, that how they feel. These are the results and findings. As I've already mentioned, that 112 approximate LGBT community members were surveyed with 12 industries across Delhi NCR, where 64% of the people are reluctant to still struggle to come out because they feel discrimination faced basis the mocking statements given by them, bullying or not taken very seriously, etc. The concerns of members who do not reveal their identities, again, the perception of the leadership not being LGBTQ friendly. They do not have enough leadership involvement. Plus the workplace LGBTQ friendly quotient is not so good, and the fear of being treated differently is very high. And community members on promoting workplace inclusivity, leadership discussions is something that the community member feel that if in case there's too much of leadership involvement, it will be good. The support groups, if in case can be created, is very, very positively, it will impact the entire ambience. 60% of the professionals who belong to LGBT community in an organization, they do not know that anybody in the organization is from the community, from the leadership. So 70% of the community members says that yes, they have faced workplace discrimination, and 10% people are satisfied with their professional life at the workplace. That means it's a big percentage of 90% people that either they are not out or they're not satisfied with their workplace balance, professional life at workplace balance. A few more inferences from the survey, which reads, which of the below mentioned, this was the question asked, which was the below mentioned options best describes the reason of you not to share your sexual orientation with others. That, and if yes, what are these jokes? And I've already discussed this in the previous slides. So these are the probable solves that were extracted out of all the information that I have. That enhancing resource accessibility and awareness is something which is very important. Improving recruitment and hiring practices, addressing the biggest gaps in the inclusivity and overall organization culture change is something that drives the entire concept of being inclusive from the LGBTQ plus point of view. Implementing these solutions is not the end of the story. It is the regular review and adaptation of the strategies is something that we need to, actually look for, wherein at least we should come to know whether what is written in the policies, how much percentage of that is actually being getting implemented. So these are so across, when I was, understanding the entire concept of this and I was surveying people, so I came across that there are a few corporates at Tata Steel, Godrej, Infosys, Accenture India, Tech Mahindra, IBM India, and Wipro. These organizations are actually implementing the policies that they have on their documents. But yes, there's a need for us to promote it more so that whatever is written is something that can be seen as implemented. The point of discussion is establishing an inclusive culture and is integral to our country's progression for being a developing nation to the achieving development. These are the few literature reviews that I did. As I said, I am part of BCG and taking initiatives on the external collaboration. So majority of the BCG reports are here, many blogs, publications, etc. So
Thank you, Dr. Aman. And that was a very beautiful, unconventional area which has been tapped by your research. I congratulate on that. And but then I have two quick questions, and
sure.
then I will hand it over to Dr. Chitra. One, that you talked about the qualitative study. So, what tool have you used for the qualitative analysis?
So, ma'am, for the qualitative analysis, it's still, as I said, that it is still in the evolving stage. So I have done the sentiment analysis, and then basis this and the survey that I have just done on the inferences that I have taken from the quantitative analysis is something that I will be collaborating and might as well would want to do a qualitative then.
Okay. And the second question is, you spoke about the 12 industries you have tapped in.
Yes.
So are they uniformly across different domains, or are they IT specific industries which have taken the initiatives?
No, so not uniform, as in not specifically to IT. So these are different industries like consulting. Few government folks also, filled in the survey. I reached out to healthcare industry. I reached out to the telecom industry and the IT industry. So it's a mixed batch across area NCR.
All right, thank you. Dr. Chitra, do you have a question?
Yeah, no, there's no question actually. It's a wonderful presentation, Aman. And the way you have presented, qualitative, quantitative, as you said, it's on working paper. So I wish to see further that in the further presentation somewhere, that how exactly your qualitative part and the quantitative combination, how exactly it is going to come forward with the results and all. So just best of luck and congratulations for this wonderful work.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll make sure to take the feedback and try to evolve. Thanks.
Anushka?
Yeah, now I again invite Chavi Tiwari to present the paper. Chavi Tiwari.
You may please go ahead.
Yeah. I invite Bhanishika De to present her paper. Bhanishika De. I think now she is not there.
Please move on.
Yeah. I invite Sanya Anand to present the paper. Sanya Anand. Sanya Anand, are you there?
Well, I could not see her in the panel frame.
So I'd like to move on. Yeah. So please, Abhinav Pal, please present your paper.
Yeah, Abhinav Pal is there.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Abhinav.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just, okay. So just give me a minute. I'll share my PPT. Wait, I think this is not the right PPT. I'll just probably share it again. Just give me 1 minute. 1 minute. There's some issue with the PC. Yeah. So am I audible? Is the
Yes, yes, you are audible, Abhinav.
Yeah, so the topic that I'll be, along with my co-author, Dr. Dolly, will be presenting is exploring the impact of diversity in CSR or organizational performance. And previous literature has told us that uh, perceived diversity tends to have significant impact on organizational performance of firms. And success and sustainability of any firm relies heavily on organizational performance. While there are various aspects that are vital contributors to the functioning of an organization, uh, diversity management remains one of the key uh, variable that tends to impact organizational performance, and managing it effectively will have a significant impact on the organizational performance. Similarly, CSR initiatives that are employed by firms tend to enhance organizational performance significantly. And along with that, employee engagement also tends to have a impact in mediating the relationship between CSR and organizational performance. So if we go to the next slide, we'll probably see that while there are various research papers that have focused on investigating these various factors, but very few actually holistically try to capture all of these three comprehensively. So the current research that we are trying to present actually talks about uh, three research question, that is, what is the relationship between perceived diversity and organizational performance? what kind of relationships CSR and organizational performance has, and how exactly employee engagement mediates this relationship. Now, I will actually go ahead and ask my co-author, Dr. Dolly, to further elaborate on the research methodology and the results that have come across.
Okay, I hope I'm visible and audible.
Yes, you are visible and audible.
Yes, Dr. Dolly, you're audible and visible.
All right. So yeah, very good morning to all the panelists. So now explaining the RM, I would like to tell all that this is a quantitative study which has been done on Indian service sector, where we tried to get responses from the employees who are working in the service providing companies. Since this is the sector which contributes the most to the GDP of India. Now, for collecting the responses, we have adopted convenience sampling, where we, distribute, where we sent the Google Forms having our questionnaire. Now, moving forward, just a minute. Yeah. So after doing all the screening and filtration of the responses, we have got a final sample size of 408 responses on which we did our further analysis. These are the measurement scales, which shows that perceived diversity has been shown by four different factors. It has been proxied by four different factors, which includes receptivity of employees to diversity and diversity management, how acceptable they are to the diversity which is there in the organization and the way the organization manages this diversity. Then their perception about how equally diverse people, people from different backgrounds are being represented in the workforce, and what kind of equitable development opportunities are given to them. Then the third factor which represents diversity is how much of diverse workforce is being hired and being retained by the organization. And finally, the fourth factor is how do they perceive the gender diversity in the organization. Then we have the scale which has been adopted by El Akrimi et al. 2018. It is a multi-dimensional scale for corporate social responsibility. Similarly, for employee engagement and organizational performance, as the studies have been mentioned, we have adopted the scales from them. Moving forward, this is the preliminary analysis, which shows the average factor loadings and the VIF scores, KMO, Cronbach alpha, and composite reliability for the different scales, for the different constructs. All these figures are above the suggested threshold limits for VIF, KMO, and Cronbach alpha, which shows that all the items which were selected for these constructs were actually valid and reliable. Moving forward, this is results for another test for discriminant validity, which shows that the data is completely fine and reliable for using. These are the results for path analysis, which shows the results for different hypotheses which have been framed for the test. It shows that organizational performance is being positively impacted by all the four factors which are working as proxy for perceived diversity, as well as it is being positively and significantly being impacted by corporate social responsibility. If we move forward, we can see that these are the mediation results of how corporate social responsibilities impact on organizational performance gets affected by the involvement of employee engagement in between. So we see that employee engagement actually strongly mediates this relationship, which shows that when the employees see that the company is working for the corporate social responsibility, is not only concerned about their profitability, but is also concerned about different stakeholders, which includes employees as well, right? So seeing this, the employees feels more engaged and more included in the organizational work, and they align their goals with the organizational objectives, and thus the resultant outcomes are beneficial for the organization as a whole. Now these are the same findings which I have just explained. Now, I would like to give this, mic
Yeah,
again to my co-author Abhinav sir. Abhinav sir, would you like to
yeah,
just
yeah.
conclude the study?
Yeah, so by and large, from this study, we can actually say that the results from the study can be very useful to and prove to be insightful to various organizations in improving the organizational performance and business performance as well. So we feel that organizations can improve employee perception by actually focusing on diverse recruitment practices, diversity management practices, and diversity training for managers. And it is vital that organizations actually foster a supportive environment where employees feel valued regardless of their background, as this can enhance perceived organizational support and contribute to probably improved performance. And CSR and employee engagement also tend to have significant practical implication for organizational performance. CSR can play a vital role in ensuring that potential employees are engaged attractively by enhancement of organizational reputation and attractiveness, right? And by adopting these CSR practices, organization can positively influence employee behavior, attitude, leading to better performance by employees. And it can be further enhanced by leadership empowerment and continuously making efforts to cohesive company culture. And further, by accentuating these CSR practices, organizations can positively keep on improving employee behavior and attitude, right? So that's about it. uh, Thank you. That actually concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Abhinav. That was a very good presentation, I would say. Just one question. What were the limitations you found while concluding this? I think there's some technical glitch. Abhinav, are you there?
All right, I think my co-author Abhinav sir might be facing some network issue. There were some network issues on his side. So I think to answer your question, sir, I would like to say limitation in respect of this study, apart from the ones that we have already mentioned in the paper. The certain limitations that we were facing were that certain employees were not very open for giving us the responses because of their prejudice for the firm that they might be going against their firm or something. Due to that, we had certain difficulty in getting the responses from the firms, from the employees. That is why we could only have a sample size of 408. In future, we were trying to get more responses so that the study can be more exhaustive and the results can be better generalized. Apart from this, I think one more limitation can be that the right now we have conducted the study for the just service sector of India. Maybe if we can compare the results between different sectors in the service industry, that will be better for our study. So these are the two limitations that I can talk about right now.
Thank you so much. It was a very nice one. Yeah.
Thank you. We can proceed with the next, Anushka.
Now I invite Dharini and Prem Kumar to present their paper. Dharini and Prem Kumar.
Please move ahead.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. I invite Saranya and Anbu to present their paper.
I think we have Swati and Gayatri on the panel. Maybe we can go ahead with those.
Yeah, I make it.
Saranya, I'm just making her the panelist. Saranya, are you there?
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, Saranya, you can start with your presentation.
Okay, sir. Let me share my PPT, sir. Sir, my screen visible, sir?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Yes, your screen is visible. You can start with the presentation.
Okay, sir. So, good evening, ma'am. I am Saranya, full-time research scholar at SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Katangulathur. As you see on the screen, my research topic is DAIB, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging, Integration, which enhancing the organization commitment through employee engagement.
Can you put it in this slideshow? Yeah.
The content page lists out what all the articles include, as it starts with the introduction, review of literature, objectives, proposed model, research methodology, data analysis and finding, path analysis, conclusion, limitations, and further studies. So to begin with, let me start with the introduction of the DAIB, Employee Engagement and Organization Commitment. So DAIB, diversity. It is a concept of coexistence of all the individual without any discrimination of gender, race, religion, etc. Equity. It enforces all the equal opportunities and rights of all the individuals of the organization or the society. Next comes the inclusion. It promotes the idea of welcoming environment that makes everyone feel valued despite the difference that exists among them. Belonging. As the name indicates, it refers to creating a strong connection between the individual that make them feel very important to the each other and to their organization as well. Next comes the employee engagement. It describes the level of enthusiasm and dedication a worker feels towards their work. Organization commitment. It is defined as the level of attachment an employee feels towards their organization and also towards this work. So business today and the change variable results the business. So here the change variable is a date. So which results in the business organization effectiveness. So let me give a small introduction about the date. So in this in this competitive market, it is important that organization has to differentiate their business and find ways to stand out to sustain. Diversity and inclusion are concepts that most people know, but equity and belonging are becoming more prevalent nowadays. These four are the concepts that work together to boost team dynamics, productivity, and innovation within the organization. The members of the organization feel respected and have an equal opportunity to perform at the highest level if DAIB is at the heart of the mission. So, and also it is noted that the significance of the managerial support and the trust in leaders are necessary to improve the cooperative behavior, make it easy for relationship to grow, and also make the employees feel more ready to share their knowledge with others for the improvement of the organization. So, this day may promote an atmosphere of trust, respect, and teamwork. It is advantageous for both within and outside the work environment. Diverse talent is drawn to and retained in the company. Creative and innovative thinking is promoted, and decision making is also improved. So, these factors influencing day managerial support and trust in leader are and which is mediated by the employee engagement are investigated in this research. So, why IT industry? So, as the IT industry are the growth drivers of India, it actually shares the 9.3% of the overall GDP of India's growth and development. Chennai is the third largest software exporter in India, next to the Bangalore and Hyderabad, which contributes about 15% of the Tamil Nadu state GDP. So that is why the IT industry has been chosen. So these are the various reviews literature which has been collected on the variables day managerial support, trust in leader, employee engagement, and organization commitment in order to identify the gap and also for the to find out for the to find out the key objectives. So the need for the study. The organization need to create a positive and productive work environment by promoting DAIB. Organization can attract and retain the top talent, which increases the employee engagement, offer better decision, creating a meaningful process and enhance the organization performance. Organization need to operate more smoothly by keeping their employees more focused on their goals as it determines the success
So
of any
Vinay, can
business.
we please skip to the conclusion part?
Okay, sir. So these are my research questions and my objectives. So this is my proposed model and methodology I've been used. Total, my sampling method is purposive and total of 304 participants respondents were identified, and SPSS and AMOS were my statistical tools. And these are my results of the demographic profile. And this is my reliability and validity check. And this is my regression and ANOVA results, which shows that the model is fit and the R square value is also 63.4%. And this is my hypothesis result and my model fit SEM results, which has been supported. And these are my findings and discussions. So this paper concludes that there is a positive relationship between the organization commitment and the variables like DAIB, managerial support, and trust in leader, which is mediated by the employee engagement. So highly engaged and dedicated workforce will undoubtedly contribute the financial and non-financial success of any organization. So as a result, the day managerial support and trust in leader. So these three are very important factor which determines the effective functioning of the organization. So these are some of the challenges and barriers to the day. First one is the unconscious bias. Next one is the proper feedback from the employees. And third one is a diversity in leadership position. And fourth is the limited access to the training and education which has been given to the employees which is working in the organizations. And conclusions. So, as the organization commitment was significantly enhanced by the three factors: date, managerial support, and trust and leadership. So, this culture improves the productivity, motivation, and engagement, and also boosts the job satisfaction and supports the retention. So, this research not only identified the correlation between the DAIB and organization commitment, but also established a link between the DAIB and the employee engagement. In order to foster a competitive advantage and enhance the growth, it is imperative for the organization to prioritize the employee engagement as well as the organization commitment. So one of the simplest way to promote the DAIB in your workplace is by treating all the employees with respect, listening to their ideas, valuing their contribution, and providing equal opportunity for the growth and advancement. So limitations. So this study focused only on the IT industries. So it may be applied to various other sectors also. And further research may also examine some additional variables like organization culture, work environment, organization values, etc. So here only I've used employee engagement as a mediating variable. Also the moderating elements like motivation, co-worker support, and creativity and innovation can also be applied. And only a small large sample size has been used, so it can be also expanded to a larger size sample, so the study become more versatile and more the results will be more prominent. And
Very good
these
work,
are my
Sarani.
references. And thank you, ma'am.
Any question, Dr. Nanda?
Oh, it was a very good work, and I'm sure you will expand. There were a little limitations to it, but I'm sure very relevant to the theme. When it is expanded,
Thank you,
it
ma'am.
will be very meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Anushka, we can start with the next
Yeah.
presentation.
Now I invite Sindhu Bharati and Sujata to present their paper.
She is not there. We can
I think
skip and
they are in attendees. Sindhu Bharati is an attendee.
sorry.
Yeah, they are attendees actually.
No, I have raised them to panelists, but they are not accepting it. Oh, okay. Now they have accepted.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes.
Just a moment, sir. I'll share my screen.
You can please start with your presentation.
Yes. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it's visible perfectly.
So good afternoon to all the panel members and all the participants present. My name is Sindhu Bharati. I'm a full-time research scholar from SRM Institute of Science and Technology. My topic of the presentation today would be cultivating change, prioritizing workforce diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging at work towards employee retention, a moderated mediation model. So this will be the presentation agenda for today. So to proceed with the introduction, workplace diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging have gained immense significance since recent years. Businesses are making efforts to foster inclusive workplace that ensure fair treatment, equal opportunities for professionals from diverse backgrounds. Diversity refers to distinctions among employees founded on any attribute which distinguishes them from their peers. An egalitarian workplace is one where all employees receive an opportunity with equal chances, fair treatment, and the necessary resources to excel in their profession. This study focuses on healthcare sector as their principles are vital for several reasons such as diverse representation, equitable access, inclusive work environment, reducing health disparities, and improving patient outcomes. Healthcare organizations have a growing responsibility to improve their efforts not only for their employees but also better to serve patients and their families as well. So, present research findings contribute to the meager but yet developing literature concerning the DAVE strategies and business conduct by examining the potential mediating effect of employee well being for the employees. The background of the study: historically, the medical profession has been dominated by the male and the white. However, efforts to increase diversity among doctors have gained momentum in recent years. Studying the historical lack of diversity and understanding the barriers that minority groups face in entering and advancing in the medical professional is crucial. Representation in leadership positions remains a challenge in medicine, with women and minority physicians being underrepresented in roles such as department chairs and hospital administrators. So, upon conducting a background of DAIB among doctors in hospital, this research will pave a way to identify the gaps, highlight areas for improvement, and inform interventions to promote diversity, inclusion, belongingness, and equity. Sir, is my slide changing?
No, it's not
No, your
changing.
slide is not moving. I request you to share your screen again. It might be
One
a
second.
technical glitch. Unshare and share it again.
Sure, sir. Is it okay now, sir?
Yeah, it's moving now. It's fine.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So these are some of the literature review which I have collected for diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging at work, which are my independent variables, and employee well-being being my mediator, organizational commitment being my moderating variable, and employee retention is my measurement variable, which is nothing but the dependent variable. So this is a proposed research framework. So in my study, I have examined how workforce diversity, gender equity, inclusivity, and belonging at work, when moderated by employee well-being, has an effect on employee retention, and also when organizational commitment is introduced as a moderator, how the effect of this changes the retention or the employees intent to stay in the organization. So these are my objectives. It is to examine the relationship between DAIB and employee retention, to access the relationship between employee well-being and retention, to measure the mediating influence of well-being between DAIB and retention, to determine whether OC, that is organizational commitment, moderates the relationship between well-being and retention. So these are the hypotheses which I have framed, and I have used SEM model fit and I've used Smart PLS version 4 to establish my hypothesis. So the research methodology, the physicians representing the multi-speciality hospital from Chennai region were chosen. A structured questionnaire was circulated to them, out of which 397 employees concurred to take part in the survey. And after removing the missing or the partial data, I was able to obtain 247 data which were accurate. So analysis was carried out using SPSS 27 and also Smart PLS version 4. So the findings confirm that a conceived model corresponds to the data effectively, which validated the cognitive variation of the scales chosen. So these are the results from my analysis. The Cronbach alpha value was found to be 0.820, and the KMO balance of sample adequacy was also found to be considerable, and the Durbin-Watson test also was within the range. So this is my model. So this is the path analysis after bootstrapping. So all my 4 hypotheses were supported with the significant p-values. So from the findings, it is found that the reliability and internal consistency, as I mentioned, was found to be 0.820. The KMO test was also found to be desirable to proceed with further factor analysis. And R value, R squared value, and the adjusted R square values were also found to be 50% for the impact of DAIB practices on employee welfare and 61% on employee retention. And after the introduction of moderator variable, that is the organizational commitment, the R square value improved to 65%. Hence, the model employed in the present study effectively elucidates the latent variables and holds a substantial level of exploratory efficiency. In conclusion, the study evaluated how DAIB and work influence employees' intent to stay in the organization for long. Based on the statistics, employee views on DAIB procedures in organizations have considerable effects on employee well-being and retention. This is claimed to boost employee commitment and enthusiasm to work. By promoting diversity in workforce, promoting cultural competency training, and creating equitable opportunities for advancement, healthcare organizations can better meet the needs of diverse patient population and create more inclusive and supportive environment for both patients and the employees. So this study emphasized the necessity of DAIB practices in creating a supportive environment in the workplace, which promotes employee well-being and lessens the turnover intention of the employees. Overall, our study findings shed light on healthcare organizations' DAIB implementation actions that can create healthier, more equitable, and more inclusive communities for all. So the limitations in this study was limited to only to the few factors of DAIB principles, whereas it can be extended to other dimensions, and also other sectors can also be focused upon, and the variables such as disabilities, economic status can also be used to determine the well-being of the employees. Also, future focus can be on introducing moderators such as national culture, industrial environment, and occupational demography and work interdependence as well. So these are some of my references. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, just one question, ma'am. Although it's a very good presentation, what do you think could be the managerial implications of this research?
Sir, the managerial implication is not only prioritizing the giving priority to the DAIB principles, but also focusing more upon the implementation of the same in the institutions, that is in the healthcare institutions. Yes.
Very good. Any question from Dr. Nanda?
Thank you, sir.
No, I'm good. If Dr. Chitra is around.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Chitra, any question?
Let's go ahead.
Okay,
Thank you
in
so
that way-
much,
Thank you so much.
Sindhu. It was
Thank you, ma'am, for this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it was a good presentation. It was actually, there was a network. So it was a good presentation. And as you said, that implication part also, it was good. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for this opportunity. Yeah.
Anushka, we can proceed with the next one.
Yeah, now I invite Gayatri and Prabhu to present their presentation.
Hello, it's audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Please,
It's
you
audible.
can put the slides from the start.
Yes, ma'am. Did you see the pictures of my slide?
Yeah, it's visible. You can start with the presentation.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Gayatri, a research scholar under the Institute of SRM Institute of Science and Technology in Chennai, under the research supervisions of Dr. G. Prabhu. So my topic is fostering the diversity equity, inclusions.
Actually, your slides are not from the big. I could not see from the beginning.
Ma'am, it's in the beginning only. It's not shown.
Dr. Rabneet, can you see the slides from the beginning?
Slide is there, but your slides are stagnant. They are not moving, ma'am. I request you to unshare your screen and reshare it again. There might be some technical glitch.
Okay, sir. So now it's visible?
Yeah, it's fine now. You can proceed.
Yes. Okay. My topic is fostering.
Please go ahead.
Fostering the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belongingness, DATE goals with mediating effect of artificial intelligence on employee engagement. So this is my agenda. Introductions, review of literature, objectives, proposed model, research methodology, findings and discussion, conclusions, limitations and future studies, and reference. So introduction of this, DATE goals is essential in human resource management in today's culture because I'm focusing on this DATE goals with artificial intelligence to attain the employee engagement. Nowadays, in this competitive world, the technology, accept the technology and advancement. So in this study, concentrate AI into the business. So AI emerged as a technology power constantly evolving, altering many societal institutions. So AI eliminate the unconscious prejudice and provide objective performance evaluation workplace more inclusive and equitable. In the diversity equity date in the design implementation to address the critical issues of fairness, trust, bias, and transparency. So the managing diversity is difference in creating an inclusive workplace and among the employees respect them, eliminate the discrimination among the employees. It automatically create the employee engagement in the organization. So, diversity, equity, inclusions in human resource management, it exists individuals in an organization can be based on age, gender, race, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientations, and disabilities, among others. Managing diversity means recognize these differences and creating an inclusive workplace, creating equity among employees that values and respect them. It involves developing policies and strategies that promote equity and inclusion and eliminate discrimination. So this study focusing on inclusive workplace, employee engagement, understanding how organization can encourage and facilitate the full participation of employees. And it increasing more diversity, equity among employees, it creating a mediating effect of artificial intelligence to attain employee engagement. So these are the review of literature I'm collected. So the authors has to be given the information about the DATE goals with the AI. So each diversity and inclusion has given a AI potential to increase the challenges by fairness and bias, and DATE goals by training the algorithm free of racism, gender, discrimination. AI help prevent these prejudices and promote DATE principles. So the authors explained the AI with DATE practices. And these are the reviews I collected related to AI to give promoting an employee engagement in the business. Because a diversity, workplace, belonging, equity, everything has to be included in the AI, artificial intelligence. It can creating and engaging employees in the workplace. And these are the objectives of my study: to assess the demographic profile and characteristics of employees, to explore the relationship between DATE goals and employee engagement, to analyze the association between the artificial intelligence and employee engagement in the IT industry, to examine the artificial intelligence influencing the DATE goals and employee engagement in the IT sector. So these are my model. The proposed model, this represents the proposed research hypothesized model where DATE measures the four constructs. That is, diversity, workplace diversity, equity, inclusions, workplace belongings. They act as a exogenous independent latent variable. Employee engagement act as a endogenous or dependent variable, and artificial intelligence act as a mediating variable. So these were my research methodology part. A structured questionnaire was used in online survey that was conducted for the purpose to collect the data. Here, I collected 277 samples. The participant responded 5-point Likert scale, with 1 representing strongly disagree and 5 representing strongly disagree. And here I'm using the purposive sampling methods. And here this research constitute collection methods and analysis of data. So descriptive research design concept describing the characteristics of IT industries employees. And these are the methods I used in this study. Cronpa alpha to check the reliability of the data, the correlation analysis to observe the degree and strength of the relationship between the variables. Regression analysis is used in the study to determine which relates one or more independent variable. And R-square, which is a global fit index, which is used to compare the model. And the regression can exhibit the changes observed the dependent variable or associated with changes in one or more independent variable. And EFA to identify the measures and factors the internal reliability and variable collinearity. The single variable is correlated with the other variable. And here using the structure equation modeling. And this is my result analysis, the reliability analysis. The result of using Cronpa alpha reliability is above 0.801 for 41 items. So the measuring model, it meets the needs. So data is more reliable. And the correlation table, it shows the positively correlations with each other. That inclusions mediation artificial intelligence has strong positive relationship with employee engagement. The workplace diversity, equity, or moderately with the correlates to the employee engagement. And this is my regressions as seen model summary. R-square value is 0.819. So 80% of variance employee engagement exploring the predictive diversity and equity and inclusions and belonging. So it shows, it implies that model is fit. So
can we skip to the conclusion? Because we have a limited time now.
Okay, sir. So this is my bootstrapping results and finding. In my finding, I said that it is creating a positive correlations for every variable in employee engagement and positive association with employee engagement. They practices is association between the established artificial intelligence and employee engagement. And in my conclusion, a study aimed to comprehend how employee engagement in Chennai IT sector impact by artificial intelligence in relation to DEIB goals, diversity, equity, and inclusion's belongingness. Here, it concerns maximum utilizations of organization assets so as to achieve the competitive advantage. The study summarized the great degree of association between DEIB and employee engagement. So here it's reported positive responses towards diverse to remove any unwanted bias. The result laid down focus on positive aspects of artificial intelligence, bias to elevating bias to employees that create the employee engagement. A contribute to reducing the bias that lead to equity as increasing the diversity and inclusion. So the limitation for this study, the area is diversity inclusions in artificial and relatively.
Okay, that's thank you so much, and it's a very conclusive study and a very explanatory study which you have done.
Thank you.
There are a couple of quick questions which I have. You took a sample size. And you've done a purposive sampling. So you said. So what was the purpose and how you have reached those people?
Ma'am, online questionnaire. I surveyed this in an online, ma'am. So I select the senior level of employees in IT sectors. So the purpose sampling is used because of its expert sample to choose the members who will be the part of the study.
Okay. All right, Dr. Ravneet, any question?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Chitra? You have a question? All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Gayatri, and it
Thank you,
was a
ma'am.
very nice paper. A very good
Thank you,
work
ma'am.
done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. Now I invite Vishnu S. Kumar, Professor Biju, Lindsay, and Anjali to present their paper.
I think there's a technical glitch. She's not able to join. You can proceed with the next
Yeah.
presentation in a while.
Okay, sir. Now I invite Ramya and G. Prabhu to present their paper.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, very good evening to one and all present here, and also thank the organizing team for giving me an opportunity to present in an international forum. And I'll go ahead with my topic for the presentation today. And my topic will be on evolving the facets of green HRM, diversity, equity, inclusive leadership, and belongingness on work engagement and job satisfaction. And the presentation of the agenda goes like this. From introduction, review of literature, objectives, methodology, analysis, findings, and conclusion. And here comes the introduction. So green HRM that can positively impact on job satisfaction, that creates a work environment and also aligns with the employees' values and emphasizes sustainability, and also green HRM practices and job satisfaction suggests the companies that can make their workers happier. And according to Admit by 2021, diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging are all the four concepts that work together to boost team dynamics, productivity, innovation within the organization. And over the past 2 decades, work engagement refers to a positive, effective, motivational state on high energy combined with high levels of dedication and a strong focus on work. And again, today for the study, I have taken IT industry, and why IT industry is like it has grown tremendously and it into an internationally influential sector, and it also inculcates numerous ramifications in India. And this particularly in India, it has 65% of global IT offshore work and 40% of global business. And for my study, I've tried to reach maximum samples in Chennai and also as Bangalore. Why? Because Bangalore has become a startup capital of India, which has 44% of all Indian unicorn startup companies as of 2020. And why Chennai? It is because of the third largest exporter of IT and business processes outsourcing. And this table also gives you an add-on reason for why this particular industry. And moving on to the review of literature. So, starting from a green HRM practices that supports my other variables, all the reviews have been presented here. Workforce diversity, gender equity, inclusive leadership, workplace belongingness, work engagement. These are all the support literatures from the past studies, so that would help me in proceeding with this particular paper. And the proposed objective will be to understand the association among green HRM practice, workforce diversity, gender equity, inclusive leadership, workplace belongingness, and work engagement. And the second objective will be to assess the influence of work engagement and job satisfaction among the IT employees. And the final one will be to analyze the relationship among green HRM, workforce diversity, gender equity, inclusive leadership, workplace belongingness, and satisfaction. And the methodology for the study is data. Data is both primary and secondary data. Primary data is through a structured questionnaire, and it has some 51 items in it, and it is through the Google form. We have approached uh, various IT companies and their HR department to circulate the questionnaires through Google Forms, and we have tried to reach as much as possible, and so that out of that we have derived at respondents of 367. After all the data sanitizing, we have arrived at 328 And then the
Hello.
sampling method, which I've used for the day, is purposive, and statistical tool is SPSS and Smart PLS. The proposed model is going to be like this. And then my reliability and validity has been done for the study, and the reliability that speaks on internal consistency. The Cronbach value is about 0.802, which of 52 items, and validities of that talks about sample adequacy, and it also tells that the sample is adequate to proceed further with the analysis. And these are the measures that I've adopted from various authors and their contributions, and the demographic profile of my study.
Can we
So
skip to the conclusion?
yeah, sir, sure. One second. And this is my correlation and regression. And I need to say only one thing on this regression. I've reached to 65% of model fit. That's with my dependent and the independent variables. With to further enhance my study, I've taken into Smart PLS, so that I've added on work engagement. So which by giving a mediation to my model, I am able to achieve a percentage of 79%, which is comparatively good with the mediation. That's what I'd like to tell in my Smart PLS analysis. And now comes the finding. The study deliberately addresses the DIB initiative, send a powerful message to include, sorry, one second. Powerful message to the organization values them as individuals. The study also confirms that the green HRM practices contributes to a positive corporate image for organization. When employees perceive their company as environmentally responsible, it boosts their pride and engagement, and feeling proud for the organization creates a value-based foundation for employees to be more engaged in their work. Further, the study also exhibits the diverse workforce that brings together people from various backgrounds, leading to different approaches to problem solving. And DIVE initiative also helps the workers feel seen, heard, and welcomed regardless of their different backgrounds. Highly engaged employees are more productive, more innovative, and also they contribute to a positive work environment. And the study
Thank
also
you.
brings a picture.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ramya. That was a
Yeah,
very meaningful one, and
thank you, ma'am.
we are very fond of this kind of research paper. You have elaborated it and very specifically spoken about the implications in detail.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Amrit, you have any question?
I have one observation that Dr. Ramya, it's a very good presentation. Let me congratulate you on your research.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
That's it from my side, ma'am.
Thank you. Anushka, can we move ahead, please?
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Now I invite Swati to present their paper.
Yeah, yes, sure. Thank you so much. I'll share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, Swati, you can proceed with
Yes,
your
okay. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present my work in progress paper in this conference. So this is a part of my PhD journey. My PhD is in the area of strategy, and I'm studying healthcare as the context. So this paper has been churned out from the data which I've collected for my PhD work. Okay, so this would be the flow of my presentation, the motivation, introduction, literature review, methodology used. So what is the research motivation? Since this research that I have conducted is about vulnerable population, the tribal and the marginalized communities in the deeper pockets of our country. So the sustainable development goal, which has been made as a guide towards a more equitable and prosperous future for all, specifically talks about the goal number 10, which is reduced inequality. And I believe the reduced inequalities, to achieve this sustainable development goal, it is important that we work towards the marginalized and the vulnerable community. And it is not just this goal, it has overarching goals on other goals as well, such as no poverty and health, because if there are less inequalities, there would be, better health, access to health and poverty. So there would be reduced poverty for sure. So yes, so that is what the motivation of the study is. Now, with respect to the research, when we talk about vulnerable population, yes, they are a recipient of a lot of social development programs, many schemes that the government does. And in particular, with context to this research, vulnerable population means here the tribal population of India. So vulnerable population could be people like prisoners, rape victims, children less than the age of 14 years, cancer survivors. They're all vulnerable population if we see in the research. But here in the context of this study, we say that the vulnerable population is the tribal community which is there. And there are some data in here which talks about that how much is the percentage of vulnerable population and so forth. For the literature review, so when I began my literature review, so my literature review was with the context of particularly understanding the challenges in healthcare. And then when I studied more about it, I realized that the discrepancies and the inequalities which are there, they are more for the people who are living in the last mile, the tribal population. And from there, I kind of took a little diversion and I tried to study that what does the literature talk about the vulnerable population of India and the research with respect to it. In literature, you will find that the word indigenous or aboriginal population as well, especially with the Western literature, because that is what they call the tribals in Australia or in America and likewise. And these were the research which were there. Now, when I started collecting the data and when I actually traveled to the tribal populations, I realized that collecting data in itself is such a learning experience. And then I decided to write a paper about it. And the gap which this paper is trying to identify is that in literature, when you see the research about the vulnerable population, it would be in respect to the demand and the supply side challenges. That what are the barriers, what are the antecedents, and so forth. But there is a slight gap in terms of the knowledge with respect to the view of the researcher. So how because my research is primarily driven by interpretive paradigm, and it is a totally immersive research. And when I go to these fields and what and all I have collected, that is what I have to try and put in this. And there's a scant literature which talks about the this kind of research from a researcher perspective. So you can also call it, it's more like an ethnographic kind of a study. So these are the data collection site where I went. So basically the tribal population in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Maharashtra and Gujarat. So the Gond community, the Baga community, Bhil community, these are the communities wherein I have gone. Like I said, that methodology it's a qualitative, immersive, micro level study. And as described by Yin, when we talk about why and how kind of questions, so we say that probably interpretive paradigm and the epistemology which is there suits better with these kind of questions. The data collection method was the observation, interviews, with a semi-structured guide, focus group discussions and all that. It was more of an immersive
Swati, could you
research.
please come to the
Okay.
tool which you have used, conclusion?
Yeah, sure. Okay, all right. So this is what the data which has been collected. This is some of the communities where I have been. So the challenges which are identified and the proposed solution, this is what the major aspect of the research is, that such as language and dialect barriers. So what do you do in those cases involving a local interpreter? Geographical accessibility, you familiarize yourself with their location. When you stay with the tribal in their population, then you need to learn a bit of their customs to get better data from them. The safety of the researcher, being a woman traveling to the all last mile. So how do you manage those safe boundaries? The emotional burden, when you see people in such abysmal state, then yes, of course, it is very consuming. So what do you need at that time? Navigating ethical boundaries. So I have only, described them in more in detail. So in short, what I'm trying to say here is that when we conduct a research on vulnerable population, it goes way beyond the check boxes of IRB review, the institutional review board, what they ask us to do. So doing research with them is much more and beyond than that. And these are some of the references that I have used. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for being
Thank you,
crisp.
Swati. That is a wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions, Dr. Nanda?
No, it's great. Just wondering that you specified certain population where you have done the research. Any idea why you've chosen only that specific geographical area?
Yeah, I have chosen that specific geographical area because these are the areas, these are the pockets where you find these kind of population. So if you look in a city like Bombay, Delhi, you will not find these population. You have to go to last mile. So like this first picture is from the Thar Desert area
Yeah, you made a
near
genuine
Jaisalmer.
efforts. That's
Yeah,
evident in your
right.
pictures. Yeah.
So yes, it is
Great.
a immersive field research. So yeah, so that's why those
All
are the
right.
areas.
Words are
Thank
clearly
you.
visible in your presentation. Good work, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Anushka?
Yeah, ma'am. Now I again invite Vishnu Kumar, Professor Biju, Lindsay, and Anjali to present their presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. I'm just sharing my screen.
Just one question. How many more are left now?
Then no one is left after this.
One is the last one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is
You
the
can start with the
slide
next.
visible, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Myself, Vishnu. So my paper title is Mapping the Terrain, Equity, Belongs, Inclusion and Diversity Roles in Shaping Employee Satisfaction and Corporate Sustainability in IT sector. So coming to the introduction, we are not going too far. So diversity, equity, inclusion and belongs are four separate concepts that together help boost moral engagement, productive success and innovation with the workplace. Major IT organizations in India introduce numerous diversity programs to adhere diversity and inclusion practices. Hence, there is need to study the effect of DIB practice in IT sector. So coming to the statement of the problem, the biggest challenge faced by Indian IT industry is not attracting the prospective employee, but retaining the talent as high turnover back to a serious concern. So this is the statement of the problem. That's what I am addressing to from objectives to analyze the impact of DIB package towards employee satisfaction. I am using constructive research philosophy. It allows for the exploration of subjective interpretation perspectives. So motivation theory, social identity theory, institutional theory, and the social cognitive theory. Coming to the research methodology, the study is descriptive and analytical in nature. We got the number of respondents, but we don't have much information regarding that sample because of the population is considered to be unknown. So we are using purposive sampling based on the criteria, at least 2 years experience in the field. The sample size fixed at 400. So while coming to reliability and validity, we have used the homogeneous group. We have used three different homogeneous group.
सर आ गया
Am I audible?
कोई नहीं ऐसे ही ले
Hello?
लो
Yes, you are
Hello?
audible.
Okay, coming to the reliability and validity, we are taking three homogeneous groups for the pilot
नहीं
study.
आप ले लो मैं एडिट कर दूंगा अपने बाप को बाद में
After
डाल
taking that trip alpha, we confirmed that it's similar to one. So it's the reliability is there. The data is taken purposively because of that we are using non-parametric technique for our data. So we are using smart payloads. This is the cross loadings. Also, it's a construct reliability and validity, alpha value, composite reliability, reliability ROC within the permissible limit greater than 0.7. Also, AV is within the limit greater than 0.5. So based on that, also checking the HTMP, also it shows it's good. Because of that, all the assumptions are satisfied. So we go for the structural model. This is very interesting one. We have used diversity, equity, inclusion, belongings. But here, the interesting fact is that diversity and equity have a negative effect on employee satisfaction. So it is a significant negative effect on employee satisfaction in the IT sector. So this is one among the contradicting situation in the based on theory. So this is the hypothesis. So we are going to discussion first objective diversity and employee satisfaction. So it shows a negative influence significant because of perceived threat to meritocracy. So its IT sector is highly competitive and meritocratic in nature. Hence, employees may perceive that diversity initiatives could lead to preferential treatments or lower standards for hiring and promotion, which may undermine the sector's commitment to excellence. The next one is tokenism. The advanced cultural fit consent, and the fourth one is status quo. So we consider
So
these.
Vishnu, very crisply, let's go this way. Your hypothesis and the conclusion which was pertaining to that hypothesis.
Yeah.
Can we talk
Based
about that in the same slide?
yeah,
Vishnu,
yes.
just want to inform you that we are limited with the time. Request you to conclude it in 2 lines if I'll ask you.
Okay. This is the discussion part. It's over, sir. Because of this hypothesis shows a significant negative impact. So I have to say why this is happening. So these are the four factors from the analysis, and from the equity also shows negative influence. Because of that, the reason is perceived unfairness. Inclusion and belongings follows the theory. So also the mediation role is partial. So coming to the conclusion, DIB initiatives are introduced for creating an environment where people of all backgrounds can thrive and contribute to their fullest potential. While considering the IT sector, it is found that diversity and equity initiatives lead to a negative influence on employee satisfaction. Reframing diversity and equity initiatives necessary in IT sector. Proper implementation of DIB initiatives will lead to employee satisfaction and corporate responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Mr. Vishnu. It was a wonderful presentation. Any question, Dr. Nanda?
No, I think he has very well shown the hypothesis and the related
It was a very
conclusion.
well explained, I would say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your participation. We are closing this session now. And your certificates would be emailed to you by this weekend, and the best paper award would be announced at the valedictory tomorrow. So would be looking forward for all of you to join the valedictory session. Thank you so much for your contribution, your presentation. It was wonderful to have you as presenters.
So on behalf of Amity International Business School, I thank all the members and presenters for their valuable time.
Thank you once again to all
Thank you,
the
Dr. Nanda,
presenters.
for your contribution. Dr. Chitra.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much
All
to
of you
everyone.
can leave the session now. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
And taking care of lakhs of alumni across the globe. And today I take great pleasure in hosting the Amity alumni in London. Today we are joined by our alumni from different parts of UK. A huge round of applause for all the alumni who have joined us today. I now request Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor Amity University, to say a few words and address our alumni. I request Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor Amity University, to say a few words, address our alumni. They have joined us.
She needs to unmute. Tell her to unmute.
Ma'am, could you please unmute yourself?
My most respected Honorable Founder President, sir, Honorable Chancellor, my colleagues.
She has to unmute. Tell her to. Yeah, tell her to.
Ma'am, could you please unmute yourself?
I have unmuted.
You're not able to get
Very good evening to everyone. Most respected Honorable Founder President, sir, Honorable Chancellor, my colleagues in UK, and very dear alumni of different batches, different programs who are currently in UK and doing exceedingly well. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the alumni for achieving so much in their life. Our Honorable Founder President have always dreamt that every Amitian will be a success story. And I remember that many of you are from the very initial batches of management domain, engineering domain, and other domains. And today your amity, you have heard in the morning also when our group vice chancellor Dr. Singh was addressing during the inaugural session of the conference, as well as that how the Amitians have grown, how they have and learned at Amity campuses, and today how they are not only growing in their profession but coming back and contributing to the lives of the students in various programs, as well as contributing to the growth of the university. We had the alumni meets in other countries also, USA, Canada, now in UK. And I only look at that how all of you can suggest Amity University what initiative to be taken. Few months back, we organized the alumni meet, the Silver Jubilee celebrations of the very second batch. Now we are celebrating the Silver Jubilee on 15th of June at the Noida Sector 44 campus, where the second batch of Amity Business School have graduated. And I remember the first Silver Jubilee celebration, the students, the way they were excited, the way they were sharing what Amity has given to them. They were talking about the human values. They were talking about the club activities. They were talking about how Honorable Founder President used to come and sit in their classes, discuss, deliberate with them. And when the Honorable Founder President was used to say that one day Amity will have the campuses in all the states as universities. Amity will have the campuses in 50 countries. And I'm very happy to share with you today, Amity has the campuses in 16 countries. The 11 universities are already functioning, the 12th university is just about to start. It is only possible because of the way you people as alumni of Amity has performed in your respective organization, which industry has recognized that Amity University not only produces or provides the quality education, but it also provides the value-based education, skill-oriented, industry-oriented education, where the talent of Amity is committed to their respective organization and contribute to the growth of those organizations. That's why we see today you are working in the leading organization at the senior position and contributing. And this is so great achievement for all of you, and that you are fulfilling the dreams of our Honorable Chancellor, of our Honorable Founder President, that each one of your success story, and also you are fulfilling the mission of our Honorable Chancellor, who always dreamt the Amitians will not only think for themselves, but they will think for the country, they will think for the organization, and they will make the remarkable changes in the world and make this world a better place to live. So I must congratulate all of you, as well as I wish each one of you a success in your life. May you achieve many more accolades, but always remember, Amity is your alma mater, and we always look forward your visit to your institutions, to your campus, and love to hear what all you have achieved and where Amity can help you, and also take your help to make Amity among the #1 university globally. And through the research and innovation, Amity has achieved many, many accolades, but the dream of our Honorable Founder President is Amity to be the amongst the best universities globally at every stage in any area. And I know the Amity alumni can contribute in big way for achieving these goals and the dreams of Honorable Founder President and mission of Honorable Chancellor, under the support of so many people and our Group Vice Chancellor, Dr. Singh. He has been traveling across the globe, organizing various conferences and meeting the alumni and helping the students that what we can do and giving the global exposure to our students. Whenever I travel overseas, I also try to meet our alumni. Last month when I was in USA, I had the 2 alumni meet. And when I was in Canada, there also had the 2 meets, and it was great experience, great feeling seeing the Amitians are doing so well. Wish you all the best. God bless. I want to congratulate Dr. Singh, our Group Vice Chancellor, for taking this initiative and connecting the alumni world over. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, Group Vice Chancellor, Amity Universities, to address our alumni.
Some days are indeed very special, and this is a very special day in the history of Amity, because all of us, we are witnessing a moment of affection, a moment when we are talking to those who are responsible of building our brand, with whom we have not only got very close association, but the ones who have been the real owners of our family, our culture, and the basics which we have given to them. Give a huge applause to all the MIT alumni who are sitting here in London and who are joining us from the different parts of the world. Dear alumni, I was talking to your respected founder last evening, and he was talking about what a wonderful experience it is to understand and to know and to get the experiences of those who have been attached with your family for quite long. I was looking at the profile of each one of you, and when myself, your Honorable Chancellor, your Vice Chancellor, your Deans, all of us, we sit together, whenever we sit together and whenever we talk about Amity, that we started from nowhere, and then in 3 decades, this is one of the leading groups of the world, I think in size, in numbers, in terms of our campuses. There is hardly any group in the world which is today as dominant as your own family Amity is, with 16 foreign campuses, with 12 universities in India, with a size of 250,000 students, with the largest network of international universities, with having presence across all continents, with almost association with all Ivy Leagues, all Group 8 universities, Russell Group of universities. In the morning, we saw the Chancellor of University of Birmingham talking very, very high about MIT. We have association with some of the leading luminaries in the industry. I think that this is something which is going to create a history for all of us. When I was looking at the profile of each one of you, it reminds me the great time which we had spent together. And I think that the more I was reading about our alumni, it was coming in front of me. That what kind of people they were. I can see Taha online. Taha was one of our very affectionate students, very naughty. And at that time, I think it was 1998, 1999, when Taha, you were there. I remember him as an individual who organized many, many activities. And those were the days when we had hardly, I think, about 150 students on the campus. And Taha was the first one who said that I would like to contribute towards organizing the freshers party. And he organized the first fresher party of international business program, and from where the journey started. All of you not only participated in various activities, but you also helped us in creating our brand, in creating our presence across the globe. Then Taha one day came and he said that I want to take students to on a experiential journey. So we organized first time a trip to Bombay and Goa, and I remember that those were the days when it was not very easy to create new programs. But Taha, you help us enormously. When today we see you as the president of one of the chambers of commerce in UK, and then politically so actively involved, going for business deals, going for real estate deals, and then helping and bringing the investments to India, and then taking investments from here to UK. We feel so proud on you. Give a huge applause to Taha. I can see Harishankar Baju. He was the 3 continent student with us. A very, I would say, forthcoming student who was very active in sports, was a football player, was a CR of the class, was the one who will always try to participate, was a great team player. And what is amazing is that when the more we look at the profile of each one of you, I think the most of you are on LinkedIn, you keep on sending messages, I keep on talking to you through social media. But I think that the more I speak to you, the more I talk to you, we maybe sometime will write a book that what it takes to become successful in life. It's not only about academics, but it is also about experiences. When you're very young, you're not able to understand the right kind of experiences you're getting. But outside the classroom, how a person is conducting, how a person is involved in various activities, how a person will be able to take the initiatives is very, very important. So my request to all of you would be that those dear alumni, today we have got about 157 students in London who are sitting here and they are watching you live. And there are thousands and hundreds of students in the various parts of the country and across the globe who are witnessing and who are watching this session. But my message to all of you would be that try to also gain exposure outside the class. Taha was a bright student, but I think that much more than his academics, his participation and his involvement made him successful. So is the story of Harishankar Baju, who is now the component design engineer, 3 continent student who went from India to UK and then to USA, and now very, very successful in London. But I think that's an amazing story. I can see Rani Dash. This is another girl who was an amazing story about her. From a small town, Rani always wanted to do something extraordinary. She wanted to take risk in life. She wanted to travel. First time she traveled to Australia. She went on a program and she said that I would like to explore more towards that how I can build my career. She did her internship in Perth. Then she came back. Then went on a scholarship to Queen's University and now working for the Queen's University. So congratulations, Rani. Give a huge applause to Rani. And look at the involvement of our students. Rani is today with her father, who's in hospital. But just few minutes back, we spoke to her. I said, Rani, will you be able to participate? And she said, that's anything for MIT. That's a kind of feeling our alumni has. And that feeling will only come if you are able to understand the basic values which your founder, which your chancellor, which your vice chancellor, which your deans, which your faculty have been able to give you. A feeling of family, a feeling that where a person can always come forward, can help each other is very, very important. I can see Gurnoor, who is doing extremely well, but there's a story behind Gurnoor. On the last day, if Gurnoor, you allow me, I spoke to you and you said that I can share your story. On the last day when Gurnoor had to travel on her three-continent program, Gurnoor got nervous. And she said that I will not be able to travel abroad. And then we had a long chat. And in the alumni group, I wrote a message for Gurnoor that will there be anyone who will be helping? And there were 3 alumni who said that Gurnoor, we will be able to help you up. And today, Gurnoor is a very proud professional in the finance industry, working as a vice president in a bank. We feel so proud on you. I can see here Aditi and Ananya and Akanksha. 3 of them, wonderful girls who are here now, and each of them they have a story to tell. Great values these girls had. But I remember that when they were struggling, they were trying to see that what are the options which are in front of them, which universities they should go. And one of them, she came and she said that timelines are over now and the university is not accepting. But that is a power of MIT that we sat with them, we told them nothing to worry. And today, when we see them, look, they're smiling so much. May God bless each one of you, 3 of you. But all of them, they got into the top universities of UK. And if we look at your career, you have got a very, very bright career. So give a huge applause to you three. Very happy to see you. I can also see Balvinder. Balvinder was our student, Dr. Shukla, if you remember, he was always worried about his placements. He was a son of a very of a army professional. He was always worried that what will happen if I will not get placements. Today, Balvinder heads the Lodha group in UK and in India. Very, very successful. But I remember Balvinder as a very disciplined student who used to do a lot of exercises with 18 inches biceps. Balvinder, you were our proud student. We will keep on remembering you for the wonderful work you did. But my message again to those who are sitting here is that basic discipline of life is very, very important. When you sit in an auditorium, when you sit in a classroom, when you talk to people, besides many things, your basic behavior reflects that where you will be going. So all these students, some were very good in sports, some were very good in extra cultural activities, some were the class captains, some were having the organizing skills. So the more I do research on each one of you, I feel that besides and behind the success story of each one of you is also a story of struggle. And we'd like to understand from you that how is that that you have been able to successful. I can see also Palak Makkar, who did BTech from us, and thank you, Garima, Dr. Garima Agarwal, who also happens to be our student for helping us in organizing it. But we can see that, Palak, you are very, very successful today as a functional consultant at Accenture. And same is the story of Bhavya Sachdeva, who's the financial data analyst at American Express. Please give a huge applause to both of them. I can see Venkatesh Sharma, who's a data scientist at London School of Economics. Ankita Arora, who is a software engineer at JP Morgan Chase. Gaurav Kapoor, who's at Azure data engineer. Anmol Sonthalia, who's working with IBM. Yash Tomer, who's the business development executive with RareCan. Of course, Amit Garg, who's Director of Advanced Data Analytics, Safon. Ramit Verma, who's the Director of Kinso, London. Ankit Anand, who's the Accounts Manager with Hilti, London. Parth Kohli, who is now with the RICS School of Built Environment, and many others. In the morning, I was talking to Pragya, who is now leading one of the luxury brands. Today, she is in US traveling, but she said that any point of time she would like to join, and maybe that she will be joining us in US. I also spoke to few other alumni who were in Europe and in other parts of the world. But this is an initiative which we have taken on behalf of our founder and on behalf of our chancellor and the entire MIT group, that we should connect all of you. Because I feel that if all of us are connected, there is immense power when a family is together. Like a story of Gurnur, or whenever I'm traveling, when I speak to our alumni, whenever you need each other, whether it's internship, apprenticeships, placements, and beyond it also, whenever you need a help, you need a reference. I think that support of each other is very useful. So please be in touch. We are very happy that we are organizing it. We did earlier this initiative. We started 5 years back. We thought that MIT, which is now an international brand, we should be able to go to our students. We are going to different parts of the world. Last year, we organized 9 research conferences. We started up from India in Inbush. All of you have been a part of Inbush. Then we went to London. From London, we went to France, in Paris. Then we went to New York. Then from New York, we went to Singapore. From Singapore, we went to Tashkent. From Tashkent, we went to Australia. From Australia, we went to Dubai. But why we are doing it? Wherever we go, we want that we should be able to connect with our alumni. Because at the end of the day, the power of MIT would be dependent on the successful alumni, who are doing extremely well. And when we look at them, that most of those who went abroad for the 3-continent program, for the global study programs, or went for their internships, or took a placement experience, all of them, they are doing exceptionally well. And I think that you are an inspiration for your juniors also, who are right now studying. You can guide them that what kind of career is in front of them, how they should prepare themselves. Because when you travel abroad, when you are in UK, when you are in Canada, when you are in America, whether you are in Australia, there are a lot of temptations also which come in front of you. So you need to tell youngsters that how you are able to involve yourself, how you are able to create a place for yourself. We feel so happy to see you extremely successful. My best wishes for you. Keep growing, keep coming back. And at any point of time, you feel that we can help you. We are now trying to create a network where you can just log in and you can tell us that what kind of support you need. Like, for example, if someone is already at Deloitte, or someone is already working at Morgan Stanley, or someone is working in IBM, or if someone is at Accenture and he was looking for a change in the job, just write it in this closed group that I'm looking for a change. Maybe that we will be able to help you out. If you want to organize something, we will be able to help you out. If you want to start your own business, we will be able to help you out. If you want references, we will be able to help you out. You want letter of recommendations, we will be able to help you out. You want to know something about a country, we'll be able to help you out. और अगर किसी को रिश्ता चाहिए तो वो बता सकते हो आप, right? We'll be able to help you out. All of you are smiling, but that's what is the power of alumni. That be together. I'm sure that in the times to come, this network will become stronger. I can see large number of our faculty also there from India. So thank you so much, International Affairs Division. You really helped us, and I can see few of our alumni there who are online. I can see Kanishk, who's also alumni. And look, this is the story. And I was coaching two young students today who have come on set. And I offered them that if you want, why don't you go work as an intern with our office? And that is how long time back we started shortlisting the talent. I remember, Kanishk, you were there. Then we also saw Dr. Garima. We saw a few others also who are students. We shortlisted them, polished them, and look today, all of you are occupying such important positions at MIT and in other parts of the world. Similarly, those who are very young and sitting here and helping us to organize alumni meet, this is going to help you for all times to come. My best wishes for all of you. Blessings of your founder, your chairperson, your chancellors, your all vice chancellors. My own prayers. You're always in my prayers. Whenever I pray, I always pray for our all alumni become success story, have good values, but always go back to the country. Like your founder, after becoming so successful in the world, in Europe, he came back and gave so much to the country. It's not only about money, but whatever. And ऐसा शास्त्रों में लिखा गया है बच्चों, that if you do good for the society, the good things will come to you. Look, your founder has done so much for the society that he is today an icon. He is today regarded as revolutionary. So more you give to people, the more will come to you. So as alumni, keep on giving back to the society, keep on giving back to the juniors, keep on guiding them, and be united. I can see MIT as one of the largest groups in the next 3 years. Next 5 years are going to be very, very important for us. We are consolidating and we are expanding. And I can see that in next few years, MIT will emerge out as the largest education group of the world, on which all of you will feel so proud. Thank you so very much. It was a pleasure to meet you. I got a message from Taha. So can I request Taha if you can come and now you can share your story of struggle and of success. Over to you.
Good evening, sir. Thank you very much for having me. And I will start from an incident that happened at the university. Dr. Shukla was taking a mock interview of mine, and she said, Taha, you have this smile on your face. And every interview that you go to, I don't know how your interviewer will behave with you because your smile is captivating. So I will encourage you to always have this smile on your face. I don't know, ma'am, if you remember that. But
Taha, I remember very well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
Very
you.
good to see you today.
Same, ma'am. Same. Good evening to Dr. Chauhan. I just saw he's also here, and good evening to our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan. I will like to say, guys, that I started my life in Amity, and that is where I've learned everything from. I came to the UK as a young boy at that time, and the world was open to me. I did odd jobs, supported myself, and in the end, I became who I am today. And all thanks to Amity, Dr. Gurinder sir, Dr. Shukla, who guided us at that time and told us what the open world was going to offer us. It wasn't an easy journey. I was the first non-resident Indian who was hired by ICICI Bank UK, which was a big feather in my cap because all the people who were working in ICICI UK at that time were living in the UK or born and brought up in the UK. The only reason why I was hired by ICICI UK at that time was because I had traveled around the UK and I had studied the country, and they wanted somebody to be posted in the Midlands and do the business development for them. And at that time, my MD at ICICI, the retail head, he was surprised that being only in the country for about 2 years, I knew so much about the country. It's all about learning. I have not stopped learning till today, whether it is about artificial intelligence or chat GPT or whatever it could be. Like Sir said, we take companies from UK to India and from India to the UK. Believe it or not, today morning I had a call with Dipinder Goyal, the owner of Zomato, the CEO of Zomato, who probably all of you know. And why did I have a call with him? Because there is something that we are doing in India, which is called MotoGP Bharat. I'm sure some of you might know the two-wheeler race. So this happened, the first race happened last year at the BIC, and now again we are about to conduct the second race this year. Seeing the success of this race, even the government of UP has come to support us, and they have given us blanket approvals across whatever needs come. So what I am just trying to tell you guys is success is all in our hands. The hard work we put in, and with the blessings of our teachers who are with us even today, we can achieve the world. All I will say is never say die. Just keep working hard. Never ever think of the what you will receive from the world. I think it's all about giving and it's all about learning. And there I will say goodbye to all of you. I'm in India right now. My family is waiting for me. So thank you very much for having me, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am. And it was very good to see you all. Thank you.
But before you go, you need to tell
Yes,
us
sir.
the story. Your story. You have been extremely successful today. In the morning, we had Lord Bilivoria. He was also remembering you. So I asked him. I said that what are the chances that Taha will become member of parliament? And do you know what he said? He said
What,
for
sir?
sure. Yeah.
Thank you so
So
much, sir.
yeah. So he was
So
talking.
yes, that
But
is
Taha,
that is
you have to tell
another.
us. You have to
Yes, sir.
tell us that
Yes, sir.
how you have become so successful. You came empty-handed to UK, from there to become a chairman of the business council, and then what were those 2-3 experiences which you had at MIT, which you feel have taken you at such a height? You need to share that.
So, I mean, again, it is all about, like you said, I was always taking the initiative of leading the class, always organizing events. The same thing I did in the UK. When I came, I started building my social network. I started meeting with the MPs, the head of the states, the head of companies. And it's all about that network which has been created. If you remember, sir, this alumni that we are doing today, I had shared with you about 7-8 years back, and I said to you in the hotel while we were having dinner that we need to have the alumni, we need to have all of them on a common platform. And like you said, that whether you want a job, whether you want a letter of recommendation, even Shadi Ka Rishta, this whole family can offer that. It is all about who you know, how you know, and what kind of recommendation you can get. It is similarly how I was rubbing shoulders with the politicians in the UK and how I was helping them to come to India, understand the market, and giving them the education and the guidance they need about India. India is not easy to steer. So is the UK. UK is not easy to steer. It's not easy to work with the Westerners. It is your international business course which taught me how to behave with the people outside the country. It is where I learned how to behave with the Japanese, how to behave with the Germans, how to behave with the Americans, how to behave with half of the world. So it is all about what was inculcated in me at Amity, which I even remember today, practice today, and I think I will always practice it throughout my life.
Thank you, Taha. And Taha
Thank
is
you.
one who has helped quite a few of the students to work in UK. Whenever we have sent the biodata, he has helped. Today, also two of our alumni who are sitting here, they were reminding that Taha Bhaiya has to help us. So I said, no, today he is
Yes.
in India. But these two girls, they were asking about you. Right? So whenever
I
you are
will
back,
definitely, sir. As soon as I'm back, I'm going to interview them, sir.
yeah, but Taha, we feel so proud on you, right?
Thank you, sir.
May God
Thank
bless
you.
you. Keep growing
Thank you.
and always do well in life. Give a huge applause to
Thank
Taha.
you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Taha. Thank you so much. We have with us now from the one of the oldest students. We are coming to one of the youngest ones. So we will ask now Ananya. Yeah, so who is right now doing her MS at Brunel University, but she has a story to tell and share that how she entered into the Brunel and then what she wants to do. So Ananya, come on the stage. Give a huge applause to Ananya. Come here. All yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to stand before you today at Berwick University, reflecting on my journey from Amity, Noida to Nottingham-Trent and finally here at Brunel University, London. As I reflect on this transformative journey, I am struck by support and guidance I have always received from Amity University, Noida. Amity Noida served as the foundation of my academic and personal growth. Its nurturing environment and dedicated faculty fostered a spirit of curiosity and opportunity for holistic development. Amity laid the groundwork for my future endeavors. Transitioning to Nottingham Trent University marked a crucial moment in my life. The experience of studying abroad challenged me to step out of my comfort zone and embrace diversity. Despite the distance, the lessons imparted by Amity continue to resonate with me, serving as a guiding light through unfamiliar terrain. Finally, arriving here at Brunel University, London feels like the culmination of years of hard work and determination. The support network established by Amity never wavered, even across continents, whether it was through mentorship, academic resources, or simply words of encouragement. Amity remained a steadfast companion through my academic journey. As I stand here today, I am filled with gratitude for the invaluable role Amity played in my shaping my career. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ananya. And Ananya has just done her MSc. Is still pursuing her MS from Brunel, and did her graduation at NTU. Yeah. All the best. Yeah.
I just got into HEC Paris and
Yeah,
DHL.
yeah. Come here. Speak about it.
There is another news that I would like to share. I just got into HEC Paris and EHL Switzerland for my summer school. So the course talks about the luxury hospitality management, and I think I can give the most out of it to Amity as well in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananya. And we have got now Ankita Arora. Ankita is working as a software engineer with JP Morgan. We feel so proud of you, Ankita. You are an inspiration for many. I was talking to some of the juniors and they wanted to understand, everyone wants to go to JP Morgan, how you were able to go there. We remember you as a very good student, but besides academics, what is that which has taken you to the heights? Today you are being awarded for the wonderful work you have done, but we like to understand from you your story. We want to hear of success and of struggle. Over to you, Ankita.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, Ankita,
Okay.
over to you.
So, as you correctly said, academically, I was not a very bright student, I would say. Though I had like practical experiences and projects that I used to work on, along with like we had minor projects, major projects that were something which were kind of inspired me to go for something in coding. And also like to be honest, I never knew about JP Morgan when I got into it. It was something that I applied for it. And once I got the offer, it was just after my graduation from Amity Noida. So it was actually kind of a proud thing because I thinking of something that coming to abroad without any masters and getting into a company, which is a big thing. But Amity also inspired me kind of to understand how globally it is and personality development that we usually get every time there were different conferences, different sessions to understand that we can go abroad and study. So I would say that it has been amazing journey.
Thank you, Ankita. Yeah. So Ajita, we'll come back to you. We have few questions. I am bombarded with number of questions which 160 students who are sitting here, they are watching you live. They are asking, and from across the globe, people are sending questions. So I will ask you those questions also. But we have with us Bhavya Sachdeva. Bhavya is a financial data analyst at American Express. Bhavya did his BTech computer science from MIT University. Then he has done his MS in business analytics from University of Liverpool. Today he is a financial data analyst in Hi-Fi in Great Britain. He has also co-founded a brand in 2017 while he was still at MIT. So, Bhavya, your story of entrepreneurship and then getting into one of the top brands is very, very inspiring. But all those who are listening to us online and those who are from different parts of the world, we have created the largest network of global study programs where the students now they can actually, like Bhavya has gone to Liverpool, you can do a part of the program in India, and then you can do a part of the program abroad, and also those who are in the final year they can always start a master's program under the new education policy. We have collaborated with Illinois, we have collaborated with California State University, Colorado State University, University of Birmingham, Monash, ANU. I think that's a long list, including Liverpool, where you can actually earn credits while you are still in graduation. But we'd like to learn more from you, Bhavya, that your experience in India when you started up your own company while you were at MIT, how MIT helped you, but what was your story of success and struggle? Over to you, Bhavya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And it's always, a pleasure to meet the peers and the people we used to study with. So my journey at Amity was nothing but a roller coaster. I would say all the co-founders of the businesses actually founded like three startups in every particular year. From the second year till fourth year, every year I had a startup, and all the co-founders that I met were from like different classes. One was from three continental, another were from like other batches. But what I can say in a nutshell that Amity not only teaches you like academics, because that is something that everyone offers, but the faculty and the peers that you have, they are very like they come from different walks of life, different and diverse backgrounds, and which is a phenomenal learning, because like you get to interact with a lot of people, and that is something that was like the best part, that meeting so many people, having that experience, and collaborating with the different peers got to me. And again, like the professors that we have, they, it never felt like that they were the professors, but they were like more of like friends, so we could have like taken our any problems with them, even if it's like a girlfriend problem or it's like a business problem, they would certainly help it. So yeah, I would say like 90 to 100% of the credit goes to the learning years that I've got in Amity, and like the people that I met there. My I started all these startups because of like some recommendations by some professors that were there, and after that I did some consulting work in ZS, and then I got scholarship in University of Liverpool. Again, I got some good grades in Amity, so that was due to that. So I got like a 50% scholarship in Liverpool, and and believe me, like the people that you are with right now, because everyone is so sharp, you tend to learn a lot of things from your peers, and that is it. And after I did my masters, I am currently working in American Express. So, sir, I got a promotion recently, so I'm a manager now. So, not a data analyst anymore. So, yeah, the journey has been, very good. Learned a lot, but as I could say that Amity will always have like a special place in my heart. I cherished every particular moment. There was a lot of like a downfalls, and like there are tops and downfalls as well. But again, I think it's a journey, and I will cherish it. And like I, as much as I can be grateful towards it, I think it will never be enough. So thank you so much, sir, for having me as a student, and like I got to learn a lot in this university. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bhagat. And there is something which is amazing in you is positive energy and your smile, which one can see. And those who can smile and those who can struggle, they go very, very high in their life. Our congratulations to you. Keep on growing. But and also to all alumni who have joined us. I know that it's a working day, and many of you are joining from office. Our heartfelt thanks to all of you. Maybe next year we will do event on Sunday. We will call you, but this time the conference was on working days, so we thought that maybe. And I'm traveling from here and then going to US day after tomorrow, so we covered you. But thank you so much for coming. Keep on coming and keep on guiding your juniors also. Uh, we have Rani Dash. First of all, Rani, our prayers for your father. We know that you are in hospital, and on a very short note, you have been able to join. But there are so many stories about Rani. I remember that when she went to Australia, at that time, Edu Universal, which is a ranking organization, was ranking various institutions and universities. So Rani was very dynamic, again, like Bhavya, very smiling girl. And we asked Rani that will you be able to help us as volunteer? And she said that yes, of course, I will be able to do that. And we didn't pay her anything, or maybe something very little. But Rani and few others, they went with us to Perth, and they helped us. And Edu Universal, which is a ranking organization, they were so happy that actually they give huge marks to us on that how our students they are helping their professors and how much involvement they have. But I think Rani, we will leave it to you to understand from you that how you became successful. I remember you going from one country to another, how the international exposure has helped you, and how you have reached to where you are. But we can see that sky is the limit for you. Rani, over to you. Rani Dash, can you? I think IT, can you please upgrade Rani? She's sending a message that I'm able to join as a guest. IT team, can you please upgrade Rani Dash as a panelist?
Yes, sir, done.
Yeah. Rani, now you're a panelist. Rani, whenever you are able to reach at your panelist link, you are now a panelist.
Hello, sir. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. It's lovely seeing you after a while, I must say. And good evening, everyone. I would like to start with I'm so sorry for keeping my camera shut for personal reasons. I know how boring it can get without a face-to-face virtually interaction as well. Please bear with me. I'll try to keep it short and crisp so that you get the essence of why I'm here for. So I'm so like happy and proud to be presenting Amity University as a proud alumni, I would say. I pursued my BBA in international business from the university with the batch of 2018. So I would start my journey with a small story. I basically come from Bhubaneswar, Orissa, and like many of you, if not most of you, I was a very naive and pampered student and kid back in the day. But my time in Amity, however, like shaped me to who I am today. And I'm so grateful to Gurinder sir and all the faculties who were there back in the day. Like they actually made me who I am today. Like I'm forever grateful to the university for that. It taught me to be confident, to dream big, and to face challenges honestly. Because of the student exchange programs, the international business summit that we used to have, and the clubs and committees, everything helped me to discover my passion and have be courageous to dream and have a goal and achieve it on basically. After graduating from Amity, I pursued my master's in international business from Grenoble École de Management, France. I had different plans from life of staying there and discovering and working there. But COVID happened and life basically unfolded for me in different ways than what I had imagined. But in this situation, how could I come up or console myself is to trust myself and adapt to the change and move forward. And this is the thing that I started learning from the university and with every small activity that we did. So I have ever since worked as a student counselor, beginning my career with TC Global, followed by I have worked with University of Southampton in UK, and now currently I'm part of Queen's University Belfast, UK. And these experiences have taught me that, like, education, knowledge, and confidence are the key to everything and anything in life. And this thought and this mindset of mine honestly began with my journey with the university in Amity. So I would say to embrace every opportunity and, to maybe feel uncomfortable first, because if you are uncomfortable right now, later on that uncomfortable situation is going to make your life comfortable. And I would like to end in a very simple and a small line that, no matter what you are, what you are currently doing, where you want to go, confidence is everything. If you have confidence, you can conquer and achieve anything and everything. You can talk to anyone, you can deal with anything, you can dream big and achieve that. So that's what I believe in. And right now, as a student counselor and a student recruitment manager in India, this is what I tell all my students, that, if you have the confidence, you can actually achieve anything and everything. That's all from my end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rani, and our prayers for your father. I'm sure that when hundreds of us we will pray, he will be all fine. This I can assure you. May God bless you.
So much.
Yeah, we have got another three continent engineering students. Harish Shankar Baju, who is now the component design engineer, a football player, as you can see from his physique, very fit, very smiling, a team player. I remember interacting with him in UK, in USA. We feel so proud on you, whatever you have done and whatever you have been able to achieve. Give us your story of struggle, success, how you have been able to build your personality and have reached where you are.
Sir, to be honest, thank you for inviting me. I'm kind of sick with fever, but then I decided to, I'm really sad that I couldn't be in person there today. And, my interactions has always been really fruitful with Amity, because Ganesh Jain knows me personally. And even when I was a young, student just entering college, I was very inquisitive. And I remember Kanik sir always saying me, Harry, never stop asking questions, because I used to bother him with a lot of questions. Why this, sir? Why that? Why can't we do this way, that way? So I still remember a lot of people who are around me, who work with me, always saying that your inquisitiveness is what makes you special, Harry. Because when you start asking the questions, you always take the right decisions in life. And that pretty much has been my story. And Amity has nothing been more like a reform school for me, because before Amity, I was, uh, very low on confidence, always in towards the side of a class, not willing to do anything. But then when I went into Amity, it gave me a lot of opportunities. It opened a lot of places where, I could explore myself, improve my skills. I was part of each and everything that was happening at Amity. And that international trip, which I think the best thing I decided to do was to choose the 3C program, because that opened my mindset up. I was able to understand that the level of skills that I had, how I could interact with people, how I could network. Because networking is, this is a message to all of the young listeners here. And networking is one of the most important things that we have in life, because through networking, we'll be able to explore what, what shortcomings we have, how we can work upon them, and how we can make ourselves better. So I would like to extend my, sincere gratitude for Amity to give me this opportunity. And I think this is one of the key reasons why I am where I am today. And I conclude by saying this: thank you so much for this. And I look forward to meeting everyone in person.
Are you still playing football?
Yes, sir. But I'm really, to be honest, it has gotten to a point where I get injured frequently. So I am working on that. I'm hitting the gym and, working on my rehab, but a short break since I'm focusing on a career right now, but I still play on the weekends. Yes,
Keep on playing. keep on playing. I think that is the biggest strength because you learn so many things on the sports field. But we feel so proud on you. God bless you. We have give a huge applause to him once again. We have got now Aditi, Akanksha, and Chitika. Right. So if you can come and maybe that both of you, if you can share your stories, come quickly on the stage. Yeah. Give a huge applause to both of them. First, Akanksha, you can speak, and then we will request Aditi. Speak spontaneously. Anything. What are you doing and how the things are? Speak.
Thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity. I would like to say, as an individual student of BCom International, I was the first one to get admission in the University of Northampton with the help of the faculty over there, and I was so glad. And I was the one who got admission at the last moment, like 1 week before when the admission get closed, and I was so scared. But to be honest, I'm so thankful to MIT because I remember one day I was suffering, like I was feeling very alone as I was the only one in London, like studying in Northampton University. I just messaged Kaniksha sir. I was feeling alone, and he was the one who gave me numbers of the alumni over here, and I tried to connect with them, and they were so helpful towards me. They met me and they calmed me down, and obviously Aditi, and I'm so grateful to Aditi and Ananya. They were very far, but still they were so connected to me, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity because I'm a student who is very, get what I say, like I'm not so confident coming over in stage, but MIT have taught me so many things, and to be honest, I'm really thankful to MIT. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
This is the power of the family. That when she was not getting admission, 1 week was left, and she was alone. Not only that, MIT family helped her to be in a good university, but also, and in life it happens. Sometimes you are in a country which is very cold. It's snowing. You are not able to make friends. You're not able to go out. Sometimes you are sick. You are having fever. You don't have anything. Sometimes you just want to cry. It happens. Especially for international students, you just want someone to be with you. So I think at that point of time, it's always the friends who will come out, who will sit with you, who will talk to you. They will be able to guide you for good things, and also they will be able to tell you that these are the temptations. Don't go towards them. Yeah. So I think that it's very important for you to have got good friends and the support of alumni. But we feel so proud on you, and I have requested few of. I think you are still in masters. So I have spoken to few of your seniors. Hopefully, they will be able to help you with the good jobs also. That's what they have told me. But keep in touch. We will be able to support you also.
Surely, sir, because I have my internship here.
Yeah.
Because I am doing MBA with internship from Northampton. So
Wow.
I'll be finishing my course in end of the July, and will be starting my internship from 1st of October. So I will be like I am attempting I'm applying to like different companies, HSBC and everything. So now let's hope for
Oh no, absolutely. I'm telling you that as young students, you will find that initially you require a bit of support, and then you will be supporting us. Yeah. So we know it. It's not difficult. I have seen students, and my life has gone in talking to students, inspiring them, sitting with them, understanding with them. It is always initial years, and that's why whenever you come, I try to sit with you, talk to you, and tell you that don't worry, just don't worry. Initially, 1 or 2 years are tough years, and after that, you will be able to do very good and amazing things. That will help you. Your seniors will be able to help you. Your network is going to help you. Absolutely, you will go at HSBC. By the way, there is a Levinai Moini, who's the head of the HSBC. I'll connect you. Yeah, but she's in Singapore. But we will connect you with her. Hopefully, she should be able to do something for you. In case you feel that you want to, because you said HSBC, so she is working with HSBC at a very, very good position. 2001 batch, right? But God bless you. Aditi, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good
good evening to all. So,
Speak spontaneously.
sure, sir. So, firstly, thank you for giving me a privilege to stand here at Berwick College and share my educational journey. So, a journey that spans continents and culture. I'm a transition from Amity University to Nottingham Trent and then to Basement Business School here in London. So my academic journey began when I took articulation program and joined Amity University. It was during COVID 2020 and all borders were shut due to COVID. So then both of us, me and my twin sister, both of us decided to join Amity and go for this articulation program. And personally, I would like to thank Gurinder Singh sir, Mr. Ganeshan sir, and Marat sir who have helped us to get into the university. And thanks to everyone in Amity, especially Meghna ma'am and everyone who have always supported us and always encouraged us to go beyond our limits. Thank you.
Is there anyone online with whom we have not been able to call? Is it Venkatesh who's there? Can we see Venkatesh? Is Venkatesh there? Okay. I think with this, we will start with another ceremony of giving awards to our alumni, but keep coming back to us. We are very happy that you gave your precious time. You came back to your own institution, to your own university. We are organizing such sessions in different parts of the world. And thank you to the team. It was organizing from India and from the other parts of the world. And especially our UK alumni group, which was very actively involved. But we want that that all of us, we should be able to interact at least once in a month, so that we should be able to do the amazing things. Before we start up with the presentation ceremony, we have Ms. Dr. Anupam Narula, who is so ably looking at the alumni network in India. Can I request him if you can come and offer the vote of thanks also?
Thank you. Thank you. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gurinder ji. Thanks a lot. On this auspicious day of Amity Alumni International Reunion, UK chapter, it is a true honor to be a part of this virtual event from India. We would like to extend gratitude from the bottom of our heart to our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan ji, for being the guiding lamp and driving us towards the Amity Education Group's vision and mission. He is the epitome of love and affection for all Amity family. Very special gratitude and thanks to our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan ji, for being the driving force to create a robust network of 700,000 plus alumni working as great leaders, entrepreneurs, artists, engineers, technocrats, scientists, writers, and above all, a wonderful human being across the globe and strengthening the brand Amity through their untiring efforts and knowledge in all walks of life. Our Alumni Relations Office from India is grateful and thankful to our respected Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, and our Group Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, for their immense guidance and encouragement to conduct this event. A special thanks to Mr. Taha for heading the Amity UK Alumni Chapter and giving his precious time today on this occasion. Special gratitude and thanks to all the esteemed alumni achievers who represented the UK International Chapter for sharing their inspiring experiences today and giving their precious gift of time to all of us. My deep sense of appreciation and thanks to all esteemed Vice Chancellors, Pro-Vice Chancellors, campus heads, deans, HOIs, HODs, faculty members, and alumni coordinators for attending the event and making it a grand success. Finally, special thanks to IT team from India for supporting, without which this would not have been possible. We'll request you to keep connecting, as Dr. Gurinder Singh sir has said, once in a month. Make this group active, and you all will be there, maybe a very far away in different parts of the world, but Amitians is your one family, and by being together, you can create a win-win situation for all of you and for Amity University also. So thank you once again for being here, and thanks a lot for making it a successful. from India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Narula. Keep on organizing wonderful events for alumni. That is the responsibility which has been given by the group to you, and I'm sure that you will be able to organize many events in the times to come. Our thanks to the International Affairs Division, which has worked day and night collecting the data from LinkedIn, approaching alumni. Wonderful work. Give a huge applause to all of them. They've been working, approaching, and making summaries. And I'm sure that this will going to strengthen for all times to come. Your founder, Dr. Chauhan, is listening you online and is sending his best wishes. For some reason, he's not able to connect right now, but I'm sure that with his best wishes, he, as you know, is one person who prays to God daily. Roz yajna karte hain. And I have personally witnessed that whenever he is doing yagya, by his heart, he always says that all alumni, wherever they are in the world, they should become the success story. And as they say, that there's a lot of power in the prayers. I have personally witnessed it. And if that is so, and teachers, your elders, and those who are much elders in home, if they pray for you, miracles happen. And if that is so, all of us, along with our founder, with our chancellors, with our all vice chancellors, with our all deans, and your teachers who are so close to you, we pray to God that you become success story wherever you are in the world. You should try to take the flag of your family, your country, your culture, and the flag of MIT very high. We feel so proud on each one of you. Let's try to keep on organizing such events. MIT is as good as you will make it. Your name is associated with it for all times to come. Thank you so very much, and we'll start with the presentation ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for inspiring us, for motivating all the champs. Now, I would request GVC sir to felicitate Miss Aditi.
I think that 1 minute. I think that one of our alumni has just joined us. Can we request you quickly come on stage? Introduce yourself. No problem. Take your time. But today was working, and we understand that quite a few of them they are joining a bit late. But thank you so much that you have made it. Yeah. Please, over to you.
Hello, everybody, and I'm really sorry to be this late. But as Sir mentioned, it's a working day, and I couldn't leave today because of a sales workshop. And it's my pleasure to be here and represent Amity, because I think whatever I am today, it's just because of Amity and the exposure that I've got there. It's been 6 years that I'm working in corporate world, and I'm experiencing how it is to be in the IT industry. But I'll add that there's additional 4 years of exposure that Amity gave me. So I don't count it as 6 years of experience, but I count it as 10 years of experience that I have. So by all means, I think it's a great platform. Whosoever chooses Amity will never regret, never ever. I am not regretting that at all. Thank you so much.
So, give you a story. What are you doing? How you feel? What is your message for the youngsters? What MIT gave you? What values? Talk about it.
I think it's about the opportunities. And I had all the freedom at Amity to explore what you want to achieve, where you want to go. I had all the guidance which was needed to build our career. And I'm following that. In today's time in IT as well, I think I don't miss a single chance in any meeting, in any workshop, in any sales journey that I am, given with. So every day it's a new learning, and I've learned that, I've experienced that at Amity, and it's a treasure that I'm carrying everywhere. And it was all given by Amity. I started my career with HCL Technologies. It was a campus placement. I worked there for 2 years. switched my job to Accenture in 2021, and within a year, I was posted in the UK on a project. I have not done any masters. I think the education I got at Amity while I was pursuing my bachelor's in computer science technology, that was enough for me to know where I want to go. And I think I'm just following that. And today I've achieved and still have a lot of dreams to achieve. Um, every day I'm carrying each and every guidance my professors has given, the exposure I've got, the freedom I've got to explore opportunities, and the same values I am pursuing in Accenture, at Accenture in the UK. I haven't spent a single penny. If it's about story, I haven't spent a single penny to come to the UK. I've got money. I'm getting salary. I've got relocation. Everything. I know these are minor things and we shouldn't mention it, but it's a very big thing. When I think I never thought that I'm gonna get this opportunity. Never ever. And when I started my journey at HCL Technologies, everybody used to tell me, oh, HCL, okay, this, that. But I knew that it's campus placement, and whatever I've gathered, the education I've got, the confidence my teachers gave me in 4 years, I'm going to carry that and I'll reach where I want to, and I'm going to take Amity to those heights. It's not just about my dreams, it's about taking my institution as well to the greater heights. So yes, that's my story right now. It's been 2 years. I'm in the UK. I am on a project, and very soon, fingers crossed, I'll get converted to a permanent UK employee without spending a single penny, just because of Amity. That's it. So yes, I think there shouldn't be room for doubt if we want to start our journey with Amity, because it's the international exposure they give, the freedom they give. You just need to, present it in front of your teachers and professors that, we want to achieve this in our life. And they have a complete guideline and path map for you, roadmap for you. Start from here and you'll reach here. And they are along the journey. And I think I'm witnessing it today because they are along the journey in the UK. So from the journey started in India, in Noida, and now I've reached. I'm standing here in the London and Sir is with me. So Amity follows you wherever you go. So they're not going to leave your hand. They're going to support you forever and ever. Thank you.
We're so happy to meet you, and thank you that you have been able to make it at the last minute. There are quite a few our alumni who wanted to join us, and they are sending the notes, but we have to finish because here are the classrooms. We need to vacate in next about 10 minutes or so. That was the time it was given to us. But thank you so very much, everyone who has joined from India, who has joined us from UK, who has joined us from the various parts of UK. Keep on coming. We will start with the presentation ceremony now. If there is anyone who's who's there on online, maybe that we can, because I can see very few people now on as a panelist. But still, if I have forgotten to take a name of anyone, Dr. Mehta, if you can just quickly look at it.
Sir, all are covered, sir. I've just checked.
All are covered. So thank you very much. We'll start with the presentation ceremony now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request sir to please felicitate Miss Aditi. Huge round of applause for Miss Aditi. Miss Aditi Gupta, MSc Digital Supply Chain Management, City, University of London. We also have with us Miss Ananya. Huge round of applause for Miss Ananya. Miss Ananya Gupta, MSc Management, Rural University, London.
Ananya, keep going.
Thank you so much, sir. have Ms. Palak Makkar. I would request Ms. Palak to please come forward. Ms. Palak Makkar, Functional Consultant, Accenture UK. We also have with us Ms. Akanksha. A huge round of applause for Ms. Akanksha.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now the citations for those who joined virtually. I'll start with Mr. Taha, Chair of the UK Asian Business Council UK. A huge round of applause for Mr. The Alumni Achiever Award now to Mr. Bhavya Sachdeva, Financial Data Analyst, American Express. The Alumni Achiever Awards to Mr. Venkatesh Sharma, Data Scientist, London School of Economics. The Alumni Achiever Award to Mr. Gaurav Kapoor, Azure Data Engineering, CDP UK. The award to Mr. Anmol, Data Scientist, IBM. The Alumni Achiever Award to Mr. Yash Tomar, Business Development Executive, Rare Camp. The next award to Mr. Amit Garg. Mr. Ankit Anand. Ms. Rani Desh. And Mr. Balwinder Singh. With this, we have come to an end of this day, and I would say thanks to all of you that you've joined us today for this inaugural as well as alumni session. Thank you so much.
Mobinji, we can close the session.
Thank you, sir.